Hello again, and welcome to the Master's Voice. I am Celestial, and you are welcome to this channel. To old and new subscribers alike, you are very welcome. I don't have any announcements for today. I will be looking at a prophecy that God gave me quite a few months ago. I've been able to move through most of the messages that I received over August, September, and October, and now I'm finally able to push back further to messages that I have from June and July, things that the Lord was speaking about. Many things that I said would be upcoming, I did bring them up in one prophecy that is called Sit Down, O Babylon. But I wasn't able to fully expand on those topics because there really was a wealth of things that all needed to have at least some attention at the same time. And so now that I've handled most of the prophecies that the Lord has been using to warn the nation of America about the rapid escalation into a military state that a lot of people seem to be having trouble accepting, having trouble adapting to, even having trouble believing, I'm now able to cast my attention further back to look at prophecies that I had from June and from July, and that is what I'm going to be doing for at least a few days. The Lord gives anything new if it is not extremely pressing. I will continue with those old prophecies just so I can close out that cache of messages, and then I will come back to the present. This message is from June the 29th, 2025. June the 29th, 2025. And the title is, The Skies Will Be Filled with Wings. The skies will be filled with wings. So this is a type of word play whereby the key scripture that I'm going to look at is Isaiah chapter 18. And the last time I touched on this scripture, and I went into it in any detail, was 3 years ago, a little over 3 years ago. That prophecy was given on September the 17th, I think, September 17th, 2022. And it was saying, woe to the land of buzzing wings. And so I looked at Isaiah 18 and Isaiah 19, and that was 3 years ago, where God was warning America about a coming wage crisis, about a coming economic crisis, about a coming very visible decline in the American economic structure, whereby people were going to be struggling for jobs. And God was saying that it was going to be the loosest type of jobs, even the casual gig workers, all the way up to people who had tenure, people who had steady jobs, people who were earning great salaries. He was talking about a time when sickness would enter the American economy and sicken the whole nation, so that the nation itself would not be able to sustain an economy that could keep its people working and able to draw out of the economy and sustain themselves. And so, the skies will be filled with wings. This title is based on Isaiah 18. So I'm going to read Isaiah 18. I'm going to share with you the message that God has in it. And then I'm going to read the message to you. So Isaiah 18. Woe to the land shadowed with buzzing wings, which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, which sends ambassadors by sea, even in vessels of reeds on the waters, saying, Go, swift messengers, to a nation tall and smooth of skin, to a people terrible from their beginning onward, a nation powerful and treading down, whose land the waters divide. All inhabitants of the world and dwellers on the earth, when he lifts up a banner on the mountains, you see it. And when he blows a trumpet, you hear it. For so the Lord said to me, I will take my rest, and I will look from my dwelling place like a clear heat in sunshine, like a cloud of dew in the heat of harvest. For before the harvest, when the bud is perfect, and the sour grape is ripening in the flower, he will cut off both the sprigs with pruning hooks, and take away and cut down the branches. They will be left together for the mountain birds of prey, and for the beasts of the earth. The birds of prey will summer on them, and all the beasts of the earth will winter on them. In that time, a present will be brought to the Lord of hosts from a people tall and smooth of skin, and from a people terrible from their beginning onward, a nation powerful and treading down, whose land the rivers divide, to the place of the name of the Lord of hosts, to Mount Zion. And so we bless the Lord for the reading of his word. This passage of scripture that you're listening to is talking about something that God has used to describe the nation of America before. Now, here in the historical context, this passage of scripture, both Isaiah 18 and Isaiah 19, are actually talking about Egypt as it was then called, or Cush as it was then called. So it's talking about Egypt in the past, and you have to know a few things about Egypt. It was a highly, highly developed and advanced civilization, as we all know. People look back now and people are just so enamored of Egypt. Egyptology is not only almost a science in itself, it's a whole branch of archaeology. It's a whole field of study because it's so rich with different contexts. It's so rich with different historical cues. It's so rich with actual different historical events that a person who goes into Egyptology can spend their entire life there and never really know the whole of how intricate and how advanced that particular civilization were. In addition to their civilization, in addition to their advancements in medicine, their advancements in agriculture, their advancements in education and things like that, Egypt was particularly known and feared for their army. Once you know how powerful and how feared the Egyptian army were, that's when you really start to get a broad-based picture of what kind of victory exactly God took over Egypt when he brought his people out into freedom and basically drowned the best of the best, the cream of the crop of the Egyptian army in the sea. Remember that when he was bringing his people out, he brought them out in such a weird way that when it was told to the Pharaoh back in his palace that, oh, the people have gone this way, but then they seem to be moving in a strange pattern that we perceive that it looks like they're confused and it looks like they're hemmed in. Obviously, by that time, Israel had never been outside for so many years. They had been enslaved to these people. And so you're talking about people who have been birthed into a system of slavery and therefore are not allowed to leave the land. And so they don't know where they're going. They don't know the general topography. They don't know the general area. They don't know which way is a better way to travel to where they're supposed to go. Moses himself is leading them, but the people generally don't know where they're going. And so people who know the land, observing them, now tell the Pharaoh, oh, they're going this way. And the Pharaoh thinks, you see? They're confused, they're trapped, and he ran after them only to himself be outfoxed by a god that wanted to lure this man and the tip of the spear, the Egyptian army. He wanted to lure them out of the safety of their powerful nation, and he killed them in the midst of the sea. So once you know the historical context of how amazing this army once had been, and obviously they had built themselves back up, because if you read throughout the Bible, you will always see this weird kind of slavery mentality of Israel, which is when they're afraid of their enemies, they would always try to get into an alliance with Pharaoh. That's a sign of sometimes when you conquer people mentally, they always still see you as bigger than them, better than them, and they will keep trying to revert to you as, oh, I know you're stronger than us. Can you help us? And they weren't alone. Many, many civilizations in those days would often try to hire the Egyptian army to join with them when they were going to fight other people, when they were going into various battles. They would always try to say, oh, Pharaoh, can you partner with me? Pharaoh, can you be a war buddy? And that's why in the book of Isaiah, it was saying that a horse is a vain thing for safety, and it is also foolish to trust in the arm of the flesh. But in one place, it mentions that if you trust in Pharaoh, you will surely be destroyed. Because God is saying, if you think what you're about to be faced with your enemies, all it takes is for you to go back to what you know and make an alliance with Pharaoh, and then Pharaoh will save you. You are mistaken. You are making a grave error, because I am your deliverance, and you are cursed if you think that trusting in human armies, such as Pharaoh's army, will save you. And so now when we're looking here in Isaiah 18, a message is being given to this nation of the formidable army. A message is being sent to them by the prophet of the Lord from the Lord of hosts himself. And so he says to them, woe. When God tells you woe, God is not just saying be sad, be mournful, because obviously when you're woeful, it means that your emotions are heavy. It means that your heart is heavy. It means that you're actually burdened down with a lot of things that are not working out well. But a woe itself, according to Bible parlance, Bible language, a woe itself is always a calamitous event. A woe itself is always something that you're going to regret. It's always going to be an ambush from your enemy. It's always going to be that locusts will suddenly come to the land and destroy all the crops. It's always going to be some kind of horrible natural disaster that destroys the entire agriculture, and then the people go into hunger, famine, starvation, that kind of thing. It's being besieged by your enemy for years until your entire nation in calamity breaks down. It's being suddenly defeated in war by an enemy that comes upon you suddenly and devastates you. When a woe is pronounced prophetically, nothing good ever comes of it. It is always the pronouncement of a great and a heavy punishment. When you hear woe from God's point of view and from God's perspective, you are always going to regret what comes next, because woe coming from the divine perspective automatically tells you that the weight of what is coming to you is going to be more than you can bear from the human perspective. And so what he says to them is, woe to the land that is shadowed with buzzing wings. Now this reference buzzing wings, some people say, some of the scholars say, oh, it was because, this place was prone to having locusts. But most of the scholars actually agree that it was because Egypt had a very powerful naval component to their military apparatus. They had very powerful naval ships, but on top of that, they were a very, very active port of trade, which means they were constantly having ships coming in, bringing them things that they would have bought. Merchants are coming in to sell the Egyptians things, but the Egyptians are also then well known for sending out ships and trading. And as I was reading through this, God was telling me that this actually represents the kind of nation that has a very powerful trade component to it. A nation that has multiple networks all over the world, that he was saying. A nation that has its hands out trading and dealing all across the world. A nation that sends out its ambassadors. And so the Lord is saying that this is a nation that actually has key relationships all over the world. This nation sends out representatives everywhere. And in the case of America, not only does America send out representatives such as ambassadors, an ambassador here, and also trade network partners here, and also people who go to work out various deals, military deals or social deals or exchanges with other nations. But America actually goes overseas and builds satellites of herself that form a massive global network connected to the center, which is housed here in Washington, D.C. But then as I'm studying this thing with God, God says, Celestial, this is a story of a nation that is always used to sending out messages to others, sending out feelers to others, sending out representatives, if you will. And now this is a story of a nation that is itself receiving a message. And God says this message that is coming from the Most High. So this nation that is used to being the one that sets the pace, that sets the tone, that basically even sets the agenda, that decides this is what we're going to talk about. I've come to visit yet. Yes, but I have these 3 points in mind. And basically, I will not count this visit a successful one. I will not count this visit as fruitful until we hit my 3 points and I'm coming away with something effective. And he was showing me that now, as I'm reading this scripture to the United States of America, this nation of buzzing wings, which means a nation that is always under the sails moving. In the old days, it would obviously be the ships constantly coming into the port, constantly coming into port. And then what you see are these large sails across the horizon coming in, or large sails across the horizon going out. And that is why they call them the land of buzzing wings. It means a highly, highly active, advanced and industrialized center that has visible signs of life in how active its trade routes are, and also how active its military routes are. But now God is saying, go and send swift messengers to these people and tell them what the message is. And then he says, there's a pause in the scripture where God now speaks as if he's addressing the general audience, because the way God is, it's when God is taking up with one person. Many times the prophet will say, has anyone seen this? And then he will give an example of something that people haven't seen. And he will say, has it not been known? And then he will give an example, usually describing an attribute of God that everyone should be familiar with. So in this case, it says, all inhabitants of the world and the dwellers on the earth, when he lifts up a banner on the mountains, you see it. And when he blows a trumpet, you hear it. So God is basically saying, it should be understood by now that when I come out and I represent myself and I begin to speak to any nation, all the nations of the world should be able to recognize my speech and know that it is me speaking. When I lift up a banner, meaning that I have chosen one to represent me, you should know when you see my representative in front of you. And when there is a trumpet being blown, the Lord said, you should be able to hear the message that the trumpet is giving you. And then the trumpet and the banner then says, for this is what God said to me. I will take my rest and look down from my dwelling place, like a clear heat in sunshine and like a cloud of dew on the heat of harvest. And what the prophet is saying here is that God has now poised himself in a relaxed position. And this relaxed position is completely opposed to what the prophet says God is going to do next. This is actually a very threatening position, because usually when equally matched foes are about to fight, everybody's tense. The aggressor is tense. The other person who's about to be meeting the aggressor is tense. Or if this is the aggressor on this side, then the other one that has to defend himself is tense. There's a lot of tension. There's a lot of wariness. There's a lot of adrenaline pumping in both parties. Absolutely no one who is about to engage in a competition or engage in warfare is ever in a relaxed posture. But what the prophet says is, I see God relaxing. I see God resting, and I just see God gazing around. And what he's saying is, in the clear heat of sunshine and in the cloud of dew in the heat of harvest, God is making it known here that what he can see that he will do, whether it's broad daylight or whether it's a very foggy day, he has a very clear vision of what he is about to do. Then he says, before you can harvest, when your trees basically only have buds, right? Before the harvest, when the bud is perfect, that means that you haven't yet moved into the place where you can actually bring in your harvest. You haven't moved into the place here where you can get the rewards that you're hoping to get. The clear heat of sunshine means you have at least planted in the seasons that are drier. Nobody actually plants in the rainy season. You plant in the seasons that are drier because you want the rains to come and water your crops. So he says, in the heat of the sunshine, in the earlier season, when the bud is growing and the bud is now perfect and the sour grape is ripening in the flower, meaning that you have your flowering period and then you have the bud period. If you're wondering why all this is necessary, it is because every single nation, every single administration in any nation, whether it's an administration that just took power in recent elections a month ago, 2 months ago, they always come in with a plan. All administrations campaign on a plan. All leaderships campaign on a plan. They tell you what the plan is. They tell you what their ideas are. They tell you what their What their desire is for you as the people, in order to get you to buy into what they are saying. In order for them to receive their votes, they have to show you that they're aligned with your needs. They have to show you that they have you forefront of the mind, and then you will come into alignment with them. And then when they finally enter power, they're supposed to have some kind of plan, some kind of agenda. And so he's using the picture of agriculture here to show that even the farmer, when the farmer goes out, when the farmer puts his seed in, the farmer is clearly watching the process. He's watching to see those initial buds, and then he's watching to see these buds turning into flowers. And then usually when the flower falls off the tree, this is when you can start looking forward to, you know what, I'm more than halfway through the process. Because the next thing that you're going to see is you're going to start to see the stumps of fruit forming, whether it's oranges, whether it's whatever, you're going to start to see them forming. And then right after that, it's just home stretch. It's waiting for the heat, what God calls here, the cloud of dew in the heat of harvest. You're now waiting for your due reward. You're waiting for instance, as a person who goes to the polls, votes, you go and vote for who you want to, and then they get into office. What are you then waiting for? You're waiting to see the bud of the promises that they campaigned on. You're waiting to see the flowering. You're waiting to see, okay, let the things start coming to life. Let the things start building. Let the things start producing fruit. That is what you're waiting to see. And then once you start to see how it's going, you get excited and you think, this is a man of his word. This is a man who actually stood 10 toes on business during the election period. And now that this man is here, now that this woman is here, whatever the case may be, we can expect to see the buds, the flowers, and then as the heat of harvest is continuing, we can look forward to the opening notes of the fruit and then watch it grow so that we can get what we voted for, what we expected. But God is saying that while you're still in that expectation period, while you're still waiting to see the agricultural process that you vested yourself in. This is the analogy adopted for the United States of America as God was giving it to me. It says here, he will cut off the sprigs with pruning hooks and take away and cut down the branches. A lot of people read their Bible, will not understand it. They will think, oh, it means the farmer will go out and he will destroy the field and everything. This Bible verse is actually talking about people dying. It's literally talking about a short, brutal cutting off of what is called sprigs. A sprig is what you call a branch when the branch hasn't actually hardened in the wood yet. You know, when trees and shrubs are growing, when the offshoots are there, you can easily bend them off. And if you bend them off, they snap very easily. And when you look, they have sap. But when a branch has turned into actual proper wood and you break it, branches don't have sap. They will just break and snap and then just come off like that. So the Lord then suddenly goes from talking about the analogy of you sowed, you hope to reach a harvest, and suddenly says, I'm going to break off the sprigs using pruning hooks, and I'm going to cut down and take away the branches. And what this Bible verse is, it is talking about the death of young men, and it's talking about the death of grown men. And then it says, they will be left together for the mountain birds of prey and for the beasts of the earth. The birds of prey will summer on them. Summering on them means that the birds of prey will not lack for meat. They will eat dead bodies all summer long. And then it says the beasts of the earth will winter on them, which means as you go into the winter period, the beasts of the earth, after the birds get tired, you know, you don't really see birds out in winter. I don't know where they go, but you don't really see them out in winter seasons. I think they migrate to wherever it's warmer. But then it says the beasts of the earth will come out and they will still be getting fed on the amount of bodies that are available. And then it says, at that time, a gift will be brought to the Lord of hosts from these people who are tall and smooth in their skin and who are terrible from their beginning onward, a powerful nation and treading down, whose land the rivers divide, to the place of the name of the Lord of hosts, to Mount Zion. Basically, what God is giving us here is the picture of a contest. It's a picture of a contest. The contest first opens, and from the way it sounds, the land of buzzing wings, ships coming in and out. This is basically a nation extremely busy and going about its business. And then he moves into the agricultural analogy. And again, you do not see necessarily involvement of the Lord. It's basically a man goes forth to sow his seed. He sows his seed, and then he naturally has the right to wait and see that his seed will bear. But then all of a sudden, God inserts himself and suddenly starts talking about the fact that he's going to cut down sprigs, young branches, and he's going to cut away and take away branches themselves. Older, grown men, actively grown men. And then he says that when he's done the cutting, he's not even going to bother with burials. He then says he's going to cut, and then the birds will come and start to feed themselves. Obviously, this is not normal birds. This is like an eagle, a falcon, vulture, other birds of prey. He's basically saying there will be so much flesh for the birds to eat that even when summer is done and the birds migrate and go somewhere else, there will still be enough left for wild animals to eat. And he's talking about a contest in which people think that the contest is between them and them. This is what God is picturing. People think the contest is between them and them. Oh, we competed and we had our elections and then this side won. And now, you're starting to hear people defiantly act like they never went to school a day in their lives. So they don't know how a constitutional republic is supposed to operate. And no matter what kind of egregious abuses of law they see, they keep saying, well, that's my president, and that's what I voted for, simply because they cannot. Their hearts are so hard that they cannot capitulate and accept, I made a terrible mistake, and repent. But now God is speaking on a totally different plane, and he's talking about bodies. He's talking about death. He's talking about corpses. He's talking about animals eating them. So where exactly is God coming from here? This is what the prophecy is going to explain. The title of this prophecy is "The Sky Will Be Filled with Wings," June 29, 2025. And I read, "A firestorm is coming to America. What is touching others now will also touch her. The American continent, both halves of it, will be under a war warning as things break loose in the Middle East. Policies you should not have supported, you supported. A battle that was never yours, you have fought. Therefore, the Lord says you must put on your battle armor and fight a way that has your fingerprints all over it in every way. The pot you stirred has boiled over, and you will not be allowed by anyone to deny involvement or responsibility for it. Thus says the Lord, put on your armor, Goliath, and fight. Thus says the Lord, put on your loud bullion now and get involved, put on your loud bullhorn now and get involved in the playground you always played in and were always involved in. We will not be silent about the war in the Middle East. We will not stand idly by if anyone tampers with Israel. We will answer strongly. If. We will surely respond. If. Thus says the Lord. Well now, United States of America. Well now, respond as the falcons come out to play. They are ready to eviscerate you even when you don't see it. They are wings that are hawked up to the max, ready to fly. The Arabs are ready for you, America. One wrong move, and you will find that their language hides many things about you. They can talk about you in your face at the conference, and you won't know what they said until they smile politely and tell you. One wrong move, and the firestorm will go live on all TVs, on all apps, on all broadcasts, on all channels. It is time, and you won't resist. Make your move, America. Eagle versus falcons, hawks, and other eagles. America is not the only bird that can fly to high heights. America is not the only bird in the sky. Woe to the land filled with buzzing wings. A recession is coming such as you've never seen it before. Even your steadfast industries that always deliver will fail. Market slump, credit crash, the banking system under fire like never before. A mass poverty system coming into existence, whereas so many will fall through the cracks and need help that the system itself that upholds them will collapse under the weight of what's expected of it. Don't join the panic. Don't wait to panic. Capital letters. Don't wait to get the letter that says, due to unavailability of funds, we could not honor your request. Don't wait to be told no. Farm your own vegetables if you have space for it. And can what you can if you can. Can, this means the canning process. What you can. Do what you know how to do. Get rid of your excesses. And if you can sell something to make a profit and use the money to get something a bit more useful to you, then do it before the market goes bad like old milk and prevents you from realizing a return on investment altogether. Flip what you can flip. Make the most of the good weather you have. The good years have ended. Your war years are starting. War on all fronts. In the homes and the households. War. In the offices and playgrounds where the children should be getting along but are not. War. In the fields and the campuses. War. The youth are volatile now. Any little thing can bring a blow or a bullet. These children are not coping well, and you did that to them. Just a moment, please. War on the campus, loose bullets and active shooters galore as the stress of mental health battles leaves the house and comes and performs on the open stages of the universities, sports fields, and all manner of campuses in the United States. West Point, you will have a shooting. That bloody flag you have up should have come down a long time ago. You celebrate and represent nothing but years of American imperialism and world control. What a shame you are. The highest honor in the land. Nothing but a group of thieves who take what is not theirs. Bring the flag down, you enemies. Bring it down to the ground and trample it to where one day it will rise no more. War, war, great war. A great war is coming. All capital letters. This is what the Lord says. Thus says the Lord. This is the word of the Lord. And so in light of the scripture that you have heard, that in the Bible, when it says buzzing wings, it's talking about commerce, it's talking about free enterprise, it's talking about trade, it's talking about imperialism, going out to conquer, going out to even be, in a way, an army for hire. Whoever needs Pharaoh can get Pharaoh for the right price, or for paying tribute to Egypt. We will indeed back you up in your wars by sending our formidable military sources to back you up. Now, a message is coming that is talking about being disappointed at the time of harvest, being disappointed in that just at the moment where you've passed the planting and you've passed the growth phase, and you're actually waiting to get the realization of the harvest that you planted. You won't get it, but instead you will start to see your crop being cut down. Instead of the expectation, what will be gotten is the disappointment of watching terrible losses, terrible defeats. And now here in this prophecy, the wings that God is talking about are the wings of other birds. God is giving America a very clear message that she's not the only act in town. She's not the only pair of majestic wings in the sky. God is telling the nation very clearly that not only do you have competitors, not only do you have predators, you who are a predator that think that your position is always to prey on others, not only do you have predators, but God is basically even saying, you, though you are an eagle, also have natural predators, and they are other birds of prey, like hawks and falcons and eagles, and the sky, basically the landscape, basically the arena, basically the competition space is going to be filled with wings. That America is not going to be the only one up there commanding the skies anymore. And these things, you really only have to look on the TV to see that. You only have to look on the TV to see that other nations are going their own way without American sanction. They're choosing themselves, which is something I talked about in 2021 in the prophecy that is called Provocation and Pushback. Said that the other nations will begin to favor their own personal interests without caring what Washington thinks about them. I said that they're going to start to form new alliances without caring whether America approves of it or not. And also, I said that we will start to see very strong anti-American sentiment, and it won't be, we can't be naive and assume that, when certain leaders get together, when Arab leaders get together, or even when NATO leaders get together, then, they never talk about America. Obviously, people discuss the United States just like the United States has been caught discussing people. That's not the point. God said in 2021 that other nations will start to talk against America in a very harsh and condemning tone. That America will start to get a lot of pushback from other nations, and they will start to say, hey, we don't exist as extensions of you. We don't exist to make our decisions always with it in the back of our mind that we only get to choose and we only get to decide and we only get to do things that we know America will approve of. I said that the conversations were no longer going to be quiet, but that even small nations would begin to push back against America in public. I also said that the nations will fall out of love with America, in that they would take off their rose-colored glasses concerning her, always extending America the benefit of the doubt, always saying, yes, but it is the Americans. We have to keep this in mind and that in mind. And God said, no. The nations will begin to pivot to Russia and China, and the nations will also just begin to pivot to themselves. They will start to have their own allies. They will start to have their own plans. They will start to have their own conferences. And I said that it isn't every time that America will be invited to participate. But here God is going much further. This prophecy is a prophecy of a coming global conflict in which God is saying that America is not going to be able to deny responsibility for being the one who stirred the pot greatly in this global conflict. America is not going to be able to say, we want to try and step back from the issue with Israel now. America is not going to be allowed by the international community to disavow Israel. She's not going to be allowed by the international community to act as if she doesn't know Israel, or she's not up to date on Israel's current plans, or she really hasn't spoken to Bibi in a while. So if he is bombing somewhere, we don't know anything about it, because as far as we know, we came up with a ceasefire. Yah is basically saying that America will not be able to distance herself from the harvest that she sowed, not just on October 7th. Excuse me, please. Not just on October 7th. She will not be able to distance herself from something that she's been meddling in actually for decades. So let's now go from the top and see. When God says a firestorm is coming, a firestorm is something that basically sweeps in unexpectedly. Naturally, firestorm, when we speak to it as a chain of events, it literally means a chain of events that swept in suddenly Just the way when a forest catches on fire and people are thinking, oh, let's try and contain that. But within 1 hour, the fire has eaten up 50 acres. It's caught a wind that no one expected. And now it's rushing forth, hoping to take another 50 acres in the second hour. And the firefighters are struggling to contain it. In real life, when it relates to events, a firestorm is a series of events that, although each one of them might be happening independently, because of the way they happen and because of the timing that often looks too coincidental, because of the way each thing happens and because of the timing that it happens in, all of it rolls together to make one super event that is usually very hard to come out of with a good outcome. A firestorm is usually just a mixed bag of calamities that the one it happens to really struggles to either survive or come out of without too much damage. And God is saying that that is what's coming to America. What's touching others now will also touch her. And God is talking about, without doubt, the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. For the most part, America has acted as if it cannot see what is going on in the Middle East. America has chosen the position of, I guess, informing the entire White House and everyone else who speaks for America, including ambassador to the UN, ambassador to wherever else. These people all seem to have received one kind of uniform warning or uniform training to be told, whenever you're asked any questions on this issue, simply respond like this. Even the senators do it, okay? Even the senators do it. Even the House representatives do it. Respond this way. Israel has a right to defend itself. It seems to be all America can say. People will ask her, what about the children in Gaza that are starving? She will say, no, nobody wants to see children hurt. So that's a partial answer, because that doesn't answer what the asker has asked. The asker has said, what about them? And it is known. You don't even have to imply with this one. It is understood when someone says, what about children that are being bombed? What about children that are being exposed to sexual violence? What about children that are being harmed? What about children who are having their caregivers murdered right in front of them every day, triggering terrible trauma, as well as instantly plunging the child into a solo life whereby there's no social system, there's no CPS system, there's no orphanage system. People are just basically picking up abandoned babies on the street after a certain apartment building is bombed or something like that, and just trying to take them to the aid workers to see what can be done with them. It is a very horrifying situation. And so when someone says, what about the children? They're talking about the entirety of these events that are destroying the lives of children in Palestine. But an American talking head will always say, it's a terrible thing about what's happening. And some of the more wicked ones would say, and Hamas is responsible for this. And the Palestinian people also have to take responsibility for the fact that they're tolerating Hamas in their midst. And that's why all these casualties are piling up. Some of the more tone deaf ones do say that. Some of the ones that are more PC, what they will say is, it's a terrible thing what's happening to these children. So they give a surface acknowledgement like, yes, I'm not going to play dumb. Like, I don't know that there's a huge humanitarian crisis over there. And the vast majority of the people being harmed by it seem to be children. But then immediately following up, they all have to come up with a caveat phrase, which is, but I support Israel's right to defend itself. Some of the people that are interviewed on tape don't even seem to have a morsel of interest in the terrible loss of life, the starvation conditions over there, the medical conditions over there, the clean drinking water situation over there. They will say things like Palestine is a fiction. Palestine is a fiction, as if to say the people, their plight, their land, the entirety of this situation doesn't even exist in the face of how much I, the speaker, defend Israel's right to exist. I defend Israel's right to exist so much, some of these people say, that I utterly am willing to deny the reality of anything else that could ever hope to coexist with Israel. Israel doesn't need to coexist with anyone, is what these people are saying. Israel should have it all, because Palestine, and by extension the Palestinian people, are a mere fiction. Senator Tom Cotton is one of these people who's on record as saying that He doesn't believe that there's any atrocities. He's on record as saying that he thinks that the whole of Palestine is a fiction. And so we hear God, who knows that this situation is not a fiction. And he basically is saying here that what's touching those people out there is now going to touch America. That America is not going to do distance proxy war. In other words, America is not going to sit here safe in the United States and then kind of outsource support to Israel. And Israel can get the dirty work done of killing who she wants to kill, while America, and by extension Americans, sit here safe at home, keeping the war at a safe distance through their devices and TVs. God is saying there's nothing like that. What is touching others? Meaning touching the skin. The way others don't have health care, and the way others don't have food, and the way others don't have security from military forces, and the way others don't know what tomorrow is bringing. The way it's squeezing and pinching and touching flesh, Yah says, is the way it's about to start touching American flesh. He says the American continent, both halves of it, will be under a war warning as things break loose in the Middle East. I often say to people that you should really listen to these prophecies, listen to what the Lord is saying, and take your time. Since when would you refer to the United States as being in two halves? Since when would we look at America and say, oh, both halves of America? In order to have halves, you have to have something that has divided those halves into halves. Why is Yah referring to the United States, which is just one contiguous mass, one continuous large mass with no breaks in it? Why would he be calling the U.S. continent halves? Is because God is fully prepared to go through with his prophetic message that he will split the U.S. continent down the half by a massive earthquake. That America is going to have an earthquake that will cause her to break right down the middle. This is putting aside what happens to San Francisco. That there's going to be a natural event here so devastating and so terrible that the country will be broken into two halves and separated for good. And he says both halves of the United States continent will be under war warning as things break out in the Middle East. When you look at it, it could also mean America separated along her political lines, her red and her blue, two halves of the political coin. So that cannot be left out. But also the physical earthly aspect also must be brought into consideration. And God says the policy that you should not have supported are policies that you supported. So then, America, it is very necessary for you to understand that as the Lord is walking down the hallway, shutting down the party that is called America, as the Lord is walking into all the different rooms that are known as the United States in total, switching off lights and turning off the circuit breakers and getting ready to shut down this whole nation as an entity, very few options are available to the average American, wealthy American, normal American, poor American, that are outside of repentance. If you do not repent, you will not be able to access the mercy of God when it comes to bearing judgment for the national sins that America carries. And one of them is warmongering and destroying, absolutely eviscerating, absolutely obliterating millions and millions and hundreds of millions of people over the continuing decades of war since the Second World War. And so Yah is saying, policies you should not have supported, you supported. A battle that was never yours, you have fought. It's not enough to say that you're having an awakening now. It's not enough to say, oh, I really, as I watch these videos, I see that I was wrong about October 7th. So much information has come out about October 7th that casts huge shadows on the veracity that Hamas were actually the ones who unbidden went after Israel. But then you won't just be able to say, oh God, I think I had it wrong and I'm sorry now. No, because God is saying here that the policies you shouldn't have supported, you supported. The fact is you already supported the thing, and the thing was already approved by Congress, right? In so multiple administrations, multiple decades, multiple generations of Americans have supported Israel without thought. Even now, when you talk about Israel to the older generation, they get so sensitive and they get so angry because they've been indoctrinated to within an inch of their life. And some of them have completely lost the life. The indoctrination has been a complete 100% success when it comes to Israel, that you can't talk bad about Israel and you can't accuse Israel of anything. Otherwise, you're being anti-Semitic and this and that. And so there's a whole generation or two in this country that just cannot hear anything bad about Israel. And so they cannot be moved to ever think that they did wrong in supporting all the things that the US government has tried to get away with and has gotten away with impunity. And if you don't repent, you will bear the full penalty for these things, along with men who actually pressed buttons that released bombs, actually sent drones that killed people, and things like that. Whatever their punishment is, you will get the full share because you have participated in another man's sins. When you have supported government donations, when you have supported church donations, when you have supported this Israel League and that Israel League, when you have supported military intervention, always in favor of Israel, there's no way that you're getting out from under the weight of bearing the full accusation of also being one who subsidized, you paid for, and then you emotionally and then you personally supported the genocide that has been taking place in the Middle East for more than, I guess, 2 generations. If you don't repent, God is going to hold you guilty for it. And the reason he's being so emphatic is because he says, you supported things you weren't supposed to support, and you went and fought wars, and you went and fought a war that you were not supposed to fight. Therefore, you have to go through with it. That's basically what the Lord is saying. You have to go through with it. Now that war is coming that will actually touch the American continent, now that war is coming that will actually affect the American people, this is not going to be any kind of war by proxy. God says, put on your battle armor and go and fight a war that has your fingerprints all over it in every way. In my old, I think it's called The Hanging Tree. It's also called A Global War is Coming. It's also called A Psalm 83 War is Coming. In prophecies like that, from 2024, God was saying that the instability of the Middle East greatly can be attributed to the constant meddling of Western powers led by the United States in the region. God says that Western powers, I guess you would say it's your NATO, I guess you would say it's also the highly United States-led United Nations, as well as direct American interference, is almost solely, as in almost the only reason that the Middle East is in instability. It's boiling up. And God says the reason that the peace don't last, the peace deals never last, is because he says, how can people who know nothing about the region, who know nothing about the culture, who know nothing about the religion of the people, don't respect the people, you don't even see Arabs as people, these people in America, in politics and in power, and in fact, a lot of ordinary Americans are not to be excused. They look down on Arab people. That's the xenophobia, and that's the natural racism of white America at work. You look down on these people, you think that they can't govern themselves, you think that they constantly need guidance, they constantly need, in some administrations, it was given, like with Senator Kerry's time, it was given as guidance, but now in an administration like this, it's given as orders. You are going to do this, and you are going to do that, and we're going to get this done, and you're going to agree to it, and stuff like that. And yet God is saying, how can such people ever broker a peace that is going to last? even down to the culture of what is acceptable among Arabs, how to talk to a person. Americans don't understand it. They don't understand the diplomacy of the Arabs. They don't understand actually what the Arabs are hoping to achieve in their own region that they've never been able to achieve because of that false cancer that was forcibly put among them in 1947 or 1948, whichever one it was. And so God says, how can the peace deals last? They're being brokered by people who don't understand anything about the region. They just come in and they see themselves as the supreme white saviors who will come in and will get a few Arabs to shake hands and agree to things that never last. And God says the instability in that region is Israel coupled with America and her meddlesome ways and her meddlesome cronies that always seem to back and agree to whatever it is that she wants to do and say. And that is why peace never stays in that area. So God says, now that we've come to the place that war is about to break out, I've been prophesying about this war basically the entire second half of 2025. And this war was already prophesied that it will come since 2024. But since May, when we started to see tensions just explode, we just started to see all kinds of breakouts that were happening with bombing and back bombing. And then America gets involved in the bombing, including the Persians. This is Iran. And things like that. God has constantly been bringing a message. Remember the war that was prophesied in 2024, that a global war, a Middle East war is coming in which everybody will take sides. Everybody will have to pick their team. God says it will be very hard for any nation to stay neutral because this war is going to spread and spread and spread until it eventually engulfs, if possible, the whole world. So God is saying the pot that you stirred, America, has boiled over, and you're not going to be allowed by anyone to deny that you are involved or that you are responsible for it. You can already see, even at some point from the Biden era when he was just about to go out of power, that America was starting to distance herself from Israel. The Biden administration, especially when it switched over momentarily into the hands of Kamala. Kamala wasn't that interested in Mr. Netanyahu, and Mr. Netanyahu himself had very little regard for her. It was patently evident that the two of them could not get along. But Mr. Biden, even before he left power, was starting to distance himself more and more and put Israel on the back burner as they would come and ask for weapons, as they would come and ask for money. America wasn't necessarily giving it to them. And now when President Trump is in power, his relationship with this issue has been sometimey. Sometimes he gets involved, and then sometimes he simply tries to overlook the requests for money. Sometimes he will give it, and then sometimes he will just seem to say, yeah, we're looking at that, but we're not really looking at that. We're looking at Ukraine right now and things like that. And so America is not going to be tolerated by any of the world powers when this war kicks off. To say that she really doesn't have anything to do with it, to say, oh, she doesn't know what Mr. Netanyahu is doing. America's not going to be able to escape culpability for the reason that when you make your bed, you have to lie in it. If everybody sees you at Home Depot buying the decorative pillows and buying the comforter and buying the little long foot pillow that goes at the bottom of the bed and buying everything and buying the candle wax melts and everything, you're not going to be able to come back and say, oh, all this stuff that looks like something to decorate a room and a bed that I'm going to lie in, oh, it doesn't mean anything. No, America's not going to be able to do that. America is intricately bound with Israel, intricately bound. They're always together. There's entire compilations of U.S. presidents of the past declaring that Israel will never have to fear anything. They will always answer a threat to Israel. This has been America's immovable position when it comes to this small troublemaking country. That Israel has nothing to fear, that Israel doesn't have anything to worry about. Because America's there, big brother, to stand by them. Because what? Because America supports Israel's right to defend itself. It doesn't matter who Israel is defending itself against, apparently. It doesn't matter what egregious means, what barbaric means, what inhumane means. Israel was just busted. IDF soldiers were just busted for putting bombs in toys and laying them near the area where these children sometimes come out to play. I was looking at it on Instagram, I think today or yesterday. Little pink dinosaur and other toys, and when they're opened, there's explosives in the tummy of these toys. So a child can perhaps pick it up and start playing with it and shaking it, and then there you go. So God says that America has to put on her battle armor because she was fighting for Israel all this time. She cannot now disrobe and say, oh, I don't know anything about it. They'll work it out. They're in the region. I worked out the peace. It's my 19th peace deal, so they'll work it out and things like that. God says, no, put on your war clothes, Goliath, and come out to fight. You stirred the pot, and now it is boiled over. Your fingerprints are all over the matter. And so now you must fight. Put on your armor, Goliath, and fight. Put on your loud bullhorn and get involved in the playground that you always played in. Always involved yourself in. And then he begins to basically repeat, because I wrote it down just as the Lord said it. He begins to basically repeat the way past American presidents have sounded as they're talking about how they will always defend Israel, how they will always stand up for Israel, how they will always stand in between any other nation and Israel, how America will give a strong response to anyone who threatens Israel. And if you're concerned, why has the U.S. been doing this? That is because Israel functions, at least this is what Americans have thought. But now in the modern era, we can see that instead of America thinking she was using Israel as a strategic partner in the Middle East, it is now very clear that Israel is the one that has been using America to do its bidding, to fund its lifestyle, to pay for its wars, and to function as a kind of shocking, heavy voltage shocking electric fence against whoever would think to stand in the way of Israel as Israel is carrying out what has been exposed to be extremely scary imperialistic agendas in that whole region. There's footage actually showing that every country that America basically went and started a bravado lying war with was a country that Benjamin Netanyahu said with his own mouth that needs to be gotten rid of. He said it about Iran. He said it about Afghanistan. He said it about Iraq. And America literally went and fought those countries. He said it about Gaddafi and Libya, that they're a threat. Libya is all the way at the top of Africa. Why would this man all the way in the Middle East say that he was feeling threatened? But he is on tape as saying that Iraq, Iran, Libya, and Afghanistan were very powerful and immediate threats to peace in the world order. And the next thing you know, you see America fighting all those countries, destroying the economies of all those countries, killing the leaders of those places. And you have to ask yourself, who was using who? Who was controlling who? Who was thinking in terms of this is a strategic partnership, and who was thinking this is just a donkey for me to ride, using their strength, using their buzzing wings, right? Their naval ships, their powerful military. Who is just a donkey that I can ride and get to do my bidding? And so God is basically saying to America, since you dressed yourself up for war so many times, you now have to stay dressed for war, because the pot that you were stirring, you're always stirring the pot when it comes to Israel. Now the porridge in the pot is plopping out into the fire. It's creating smoke as it burns. The pot itself is burning. The contents are burning. The smoke is going to the heavens. And that's on you. So now you have to get ready for the consequences of it. And the consequences of it, in case you haven't seen where things are going, is that Israel is not going to stop until it gets a big fat war. It is not going to stop hurting those people in Palestine until it gets to the point where the international community will have to accept that they are all being forced through the American veto, nothing else. They're going to have to accept that they either are going to wear the tag of being the people who sat in 2024 and 2025 and completely co-signed a genocide just because of, please try to listen, respecting the so-called American veto. They will either have to accept that they're all complicit in daylight murder just because they say, oh, you know, but all the members of the Security Council have a veto and the veto must be respected. Or these people realize that something will have to be done, despite the fact that America keeps saying she respects Israel's right to defend itself. And until she can get some kind of ceasefire or some kind of deal or something that fully states that Israel can defend itself at any time, in any way, using any method that it deems well, without any checks and balances, then she's not going to stop vetoing. The international community has been pushed to the point where now they're actively deciding, are we going forward with a solution and an intervention without America? Or are we going to simply sit and agree that because we are respecting one nation's rights, all of us, the other nations, don't matter. All of us are in opposition to what America continues to support. Are we bulldozing through her? Or are we going to sit and say, because we respect international order and the rules of the UN, America single-handedly is allowed to keep her hand up and allow this wrestling match to go on where one group of people is basically eradicating another group of people in broad daylight. So God says the same loud talk that you were talking, put the bullhorn on now. You used to have the bullhorn on if anyone does this to Israel. And here's the things he's saying. We will not be silent about the war in the Middle East. We will not stand idly by if anyone tampers with Israel. We will answer strongly if, and that if basically means if you do this, if you say that Russia, if you try that China, if you try this United Nations, if simply means in all aspects, from all areas, in every potential, we are there and we are going to combat this threat. We will surely respond if, same thing. If you do anything, we'll respond. If you say anything, we'll respond. If you try to help, we'll sanction you. If you try to help, we'll fight you. If you try to help, we'll call NATO on you. If you try to help, we'll put you under a temporary ban that can roll over into 30 years, if that's what we feel. So God says, well, now you have to answer, United States of America. Now you have to respond as the Falcons come out to play. So there is a prophecy that I made, I think it's 2020, that's a long time ago. And the prophecy is called The Eagle Will Fall. And in that prophecy, I said that something had happened to the wings of an eagle. And whatever happened to the wings, the eagle couldn't fly. So the eagle was a grounded eagle. Its wings were broken, okay? And it was on the ground. And the eagle is not really familiar with the ground. The eagle is not a bird that you will really ever see on the earth, down on the earth, walking around on its legs. It has legs and I'm sure it can walk, but you just don't see the eagle down on the soil walking around like that. It's always nesting in treetops, or it's always in flight, or it can be sitting on a branch somewhere, and that's how you see it. But to see an eagle just on the ground walking around, it's very rare because that bird is actually a lot bigger than it looks. I once saw a bird sanctuary, and they were feeding the eagle, and it was so much bigger than what it looks like in the sky. It's actually quite a big bird with a very impressive wingspan. But in my dream, the eagle's wings were broken, and so it could no longer command the skies. It had come down, and it was surrounded by many, many other birds. It was surrounded by hawks. It was surrounded by falcons. It was surrounded by vultures. It was surrounded by tiny little birds like sparrows, like robins and other things, and medium-sized birds like crows and everything. Chickens were there. Turkeys were there. And every bird was pecking at the eagle. So they were ripping out the feathers. They were pecking it in a very punitive manner. And the eagle was trying, because the wings were broken, it was trying to defend itself. And it was still trying to see if it could lift off, but it could not. And I said that the birds began to viciously attack the face. And first one eye and then both eyes of the eagle were taken, and then it dropped its head in defeat. And when it looked up at me, there were just 2 bloody holes. And I said, wow. And I felt so sorry seeing this majestic bird just brought down to that low level like that, surrounded by the other birds. And God was telling me this is the fate of America, and how she will come to a very fallen position in the midst of the other nations. And before I continue with this prophecy, I will take this moment to say something that I have been saying here consistently ever since the Lord put it in my mouth, I think in 2022, to tell Americans that because of the weight of the punishment that is coming here, that God is saying, come out of her, my people. There is something in the American psyche that is very combative and extremely proud. And I want to tell everyone listening to me, everyone under the sound of my voice, this is foreign nations who are in absolutely no danger from the things I say here. If anyone has been coming here for even, I'm not even going to push it to 6 months. If you've been coming here for just a month, you've already picked up that the majority of prophecies, almost all the prophecies I have, it's definitely a 90% or higher percentage of all prophecies that I receive exclusively concern the United States. But throughout the entire time that I have been here, it has been my experience that the people who are slowest and last to hear what I'm saying are the people that the prophecies are directed to. They always have something to say about the prophecies. Americans always have one finger out with a very sharpened fingernail, and they think that these prophetic messages I am bringing are like a lotto scratch card. So you know the lotto scratch card has that little gray strip, and underneath the gray strip is whatever it is that you can win, $10, $15, $1,000, whatever it is, right? Americans always have a finger out, thinking that I am, and my messages are, a lotto scratch card, whereby when I come out with a message, then their job on earth is to scratch the message, not to see what they've won, but to scratch the message and see, is this really true? And is it really like that? And isn't there other things that will happen to other people? I absolutely do not know how this country can claim to be a Christian country, how this country can claim to have active ecclesia. This is pastors, this is so-called prophets, this is other people in the ecumenical faith, right? This is leaders, this is deacons, this is Bible study leaders, this is apostles. Everybody's calling themselves apostle. Everybody's an evangelist. Everybody's a pastor. Everybody's a called man of God. And yet there seems to be this massive dysfunctional hole in the ears of people and in the minds of people who think that the things I'm talking about actually have any room for them to scratch it and see if they can undo it by talking at it when I'm saying what God is saying. There is something that is going on in this country, and I already have explained it from years back faithfully, that if you have not read Isaiah chapter 6, verses 9 and 10, America is going to destroy you exactly where you stand. And America's not going to destroy you because America's against you. America's going to destroy you because you are her. You are her. You're full of her mind. You're full of her heart. You're full of her sickness. And if you don't struggle with all your might to get her infection out of you, so that you can align with what it says in Revelation chapter 18 and verse 4, which is come out of her, my people, then it will be very clear that at the end of time, when things happen to you, they happened to you not because God hated you. And they happened to you not because you never received a warning. They happened to you because you were never the people that he was talking to. When he said, come out of her, my people, you were never that bunch. You are the bunch who were supposed to stay here and perish of the things that are coming. Imagine I'm telling people that a civil war is coming. Imagine I'm telling people that America is going to get involved in conflicts with people like Iran and people like China. These are facts. That America is going to get involved on the back end of a bad conflict with Iran. We've seen conflict with Iran. This isn't my first rodeo. What happened here in 2025? That prophecy that I was talking about, the Lord gave it to me in March of 2022. And since then, America has tangled with Iran several times. And that prophecy from 2022 states that when the two nations conflict, America is going to come away the loser, and Iran is going to be the one that draws blood. Iran attacked some American bases in other places, and they brought boys home under the flag. But Americans cannot hear. Americans cannot pay attention. So there's this thing that I see recurrently on this channel, which is that new people who don't know a thing about what I'm talking about will come, listen to me for a moment, and then all of a sudden, up comes their little diseased finger. But where are we supposed to go? The whole world is going to be like that. You need to buy a Bible. If you don't have a Bible, I advise you to reach out to a trusted adult in your life, whoever you are. Male and female. Borrow a Bible from the Gideons. Borrow a Bible from your best friend. Order one from Amazon. Do the best that you can to help yourself, because there seems to be something going on in the minds of people who think that they are built to survive what is coming here. And I want to tell you that thought in your mind, that because you're out in the forest homesteading, means that you're ready for a war. Whereby I said that the men in America who get the idea that they can fight a war against this totalitarian government that is rising, in the end, I said I saw them fleeing for the hills. I saw them running away. Even when Russia came here to fight a war, I saw them running away to Canada when they thought that they would rise up and defend the homeland. Isn't that what they're telling you now in the ICE adverse? Your country needs you. Defend the homeland. You think because you have 20 seeds and you have a farm somewhere in Iowa, so now you're the man and the woman. Oh no, but what's the point of moving? Because everywhere is going to be the same. You need to listen to me. I said that the world is going to watch the greatest horror movie of its life. And that horror movie will be when this wingless eagle goes down to the ground. And every other force, God will empower every other force, even a force as small as Fiji. Fiji will stand up and say, today is March the what? 2020 what? It's 8 a.m. in the morning. In the next 48 hours, every American on our soil needs to get out. I think that has already happened in Mali in the last 24 hours. I looked at it and I said, Lord, do you see this? This is how it starts. America is over here, leaping out of the back of trucks, masked men, leaping out here, leaping out there, grabbing people, jumping on 15-year-olds. You see a man who is 240 pounds, leaping on someone who's 125 pounds, soaking wet. I mean, throwing their entire body weight on the person, exactly like how I was describing it in my dreams back in September. Talking about, I'm trying to subdue the subject. They don't care if they break bones. They don't care if they break necks. They don't care about the harm that they cause. And meanwhile, Americans are standing around spectating and saying, yeah, that's right. Defend the homeland. Yeah, the president is really as active as he promised. You have no idea what is coming for you in this country, because when the Bible says, do unto others as you want them to do unto you, God is not going to take the fulfillment of such lightly. Then you want to sit here and think because you're living in some foothills that you're able to survive a war. And that again is the imperialist mindset that is inside millions and hundreds of millions of people who live here. They have their finger out to scratch the prophecies of God. Well, you know, everywhere is going to be the same. I strongly caution you that everywhere is not going to be the same, because God never told me that other people in other countries will be eating themselves the way Americans will eat themselves here, because there will be a famine. There will be no food whatsoever. The fact that people think from their house that they have the power to basically say, oh, but the prophecies are the same to everyone. You are lying to yourself. And once you start to lie to yourself, you will be willing to lie on God. But I am not going to allow you to lie on God. You can lie to yourself, and you deserve everything that is coming to you 100%, because the proud deserves to eat the cake that he bakes. He deserves to eat it She deserves to eat it until she chokes on it, until her throat is bloody with crying. You, that woman, you, that man that thinks, oh no, but everywhere is going to be the same. When they take your 14-year-old son off to war, if you are male here, I don't care how trans you try to be, the government knows if you were born male, because before you put on a wig and started calling yourself Miss Loretta, the government knew that you were registered in the database as Roger Brown. They will find you. They will send that letter to the house. Miss Iowa, Miss Homesteader, Mr. I've got prepper seeds. They will take your 14-year-old boy to active combat. That is what I was reading in the beginning when I was saying the little sprigs. 14 and 16-year-old boys will serve in the United States Army. And I can tell you what God was telling me as he was giving me this Bible study. He says, once that boy gets out of your hands, once that boy reports for basic training, he said, you might as well go into his room and clean out everything that belongs to him and set it on fire, because the odds of that boy coming back to you alive are next to zero. I'm never one to argue with what God says. You look at my hands are normal. They're not gnarled. Not a single one of them is a cricket lotto scratch off finger. But there are too many of you that are like poisonous weeds. Oh, what's the point of going? Because it's going to be the same everywhere. The world is going to lock into the greatest global massacre of our times. It's because you don't read your Bible. It's because you are extremely arrogant. And for me, I'm not going to tolerate it. Because for me, I count you a danger to the people who have come here for God to help me prepare them for what is coming. I count you a danger. I count you a noxious fume. And I no longer have time to go back and forth with you. I will block you off this platform. Then you and your ideas of what you think the future will be, you can get on and get on with it. God is trying to save people. You, the Christians who keep listening to this type of person, you will be like that lady who listened to the other lady who said, bring your son, let's eat him today. That's what these kind will do to you. They will fill you with their stupidity and you will listen to it. And then when you get locked in here, you're going to come and try to do Sister Celestial, but I promise you, you won't do Sister Celestial with me, because you have been told and told and told and told. If you came here before these kind came here, and you have listened and you have watched and you have seen these prophecies fulfilling in your face, and then someone comes in off the streets and is talking about, well, it will be the same everywhere. If it will be the same everywhere, you stay here and rot. But keep your rot inside you, deep inside you, silent to yourself. Because the Christians, the wise ones, should have understood by now. I don't know why you don't understand, so I'm going to tell you plainly and flatly. The ones of you that are going to make it are the ones of you that have common sense and get out of here. Because you always hear me prophesy death in the tens and the hundreds of millions. But the strange thing is we're about 350 million now, if the government is to be believed when they're talking, oh no, 350 million people. So I'll just take their word on it for now. There's 350 million of us, but then we're nowhere near to the Chinese population. We're nowhere near to the Indian population. So that should tell you that when I'm prophesying a great annihilating death. And the reason I'm prophesying death in such mass numbers is because God has said since I started that he is going to eradicate the thing that is called an American from the face of the earth. You don't need to sit here and pretend like all the things I said in the Russian series and all the things I said in the America in Sin series. You don't have to pretend like you didn't hear me. You don't have to pretend like you didn't hear that I said that the people in this country will be enslaved and dragged, whether it's by their wrists or their ankles, to ships and carried to Russia to work. And that is the 12-year-old girl. Caitlin is going to go. Connor is going to go. Whoever that God says is a sinner in this country when Russia comes. Russia is coming to conquer, but China is coming to enslave. China's looking for workers. So you sit in your homesteader house in Iowa, right? Because God told you that the Chinese are going to go maybe to the African nations and enslave them there. No, the American who has sense and goes to Kenya and starts a new life because that person has brains and they know that here milk can cost $4.99, but in Kenya, that's about 10 bottles of milk before you use up the $4.99. That's what the smart people are doing. Smart white Americans, smart black Americans. Smart black Americans are not the ones who are coming and telling me, I don't know my history, so I don't know where to go. When God says that a war and a destruction is coming, did he say, oh, in order to know how to make a sensible choice to relocate out of the country, you need to know the first 400 years of your existence. Then you will know where to go. Is that where he said? When a thief breaks into your house and he has an AK-47 and he starts loosing bullets, do you sit and say, don't shoot yet? I need to know where I come from. Or do you just pick a direction and start running into it? For every single person who doesn't know their background, who doesn't know their history, who doesn't have, oh, I don't know my history enough to know where to go to. We're 7 generations of us born here. For everyone who does that, who claims that they don't know how to move and they don't know how to make grown adult decisions by looking at finances, by looking at safety, by looking at what is healthcare like in other nations, what is the cost of living in other nations, what is it valued at when I go with my current salary and my savings to a European nation versus if I go to the islands versus if I go to lesser known localities that many people don't go to, so the cost of living is low. Each one who claims that he or she cannot move until an angel comes from heaven and gives them the assurance that the move will be perfect. For every one of you, there is another one who is simply sitting and doing the eeny, meeny, miny, mo and making the move. I've always said the judgment is for someone. Some parts of this judgment definitely has eyes. That one is for the wicked. It doesn't matter where the wicked go. It doesn't matter what the wicked do. You come here and you've been doing wickedness. You're born here and you've been doing wickedness and you think because you have money and you can go to Panama and hide like one of the Nazis that you'll get away. No. A literal coconut tree will get struck by lightning of a clear blue sky when you are sunbathing under it. It will fall and it will crack your neck, vertebra, everything. God may not kill you. You'll be paralyzed for the rest of your life in some Panamanian nursing home. God will get you no matter where you go. So I'm not worried about you. God is just. He's the one who will carry out his own vengeance against the wicked. But I've made it very clear here that a massive contingent of Americans are going to die in this nation, not because they're not Christians, not because they cannot understand the language that I'm speaking to them. You're going to die here because you're extremely stubborn. You are extremely stubborn. You have a stiff neck that is stiffer than Atalia and Jezebel combined. You always have something to say. You always have a but. You always have a but. I just don't understand this part. And until I don't understand this part, I'm just not. Be it unto you. All I'm concerned about is that your cancer be contained within you. You are not going to come here and spread it to the other people. I haven't labored for you to come and poop on it because I didn't advertise for manure. You're not going to come here and uproot seeds that took me so long and so costly of my own personal essence to plant them. I will not tolerate it. When I tell you that God intends harm here, and you go and look at prophecies like how God said in that prophecy, the mother of 7, that prophecy, the mother of 7 says that a woman bows down 7 times. I think it's Jeremiah who gave that prophecy to ancient Israel. He said, a woman who has bowed on the birthing stool 7 times to bring forth 7 sons will lose them all. That prophecy, that's from 2021, I think. It's called the Mother of Seven, states that when America gets into military conflict, a woman who's a proud military mom in this America, married to a military man and has brought out 7 military sons, Air Force, Defense Force, 2 SEAL Team 6, 1 Navy, 1 Coast Guard. The Lord says that that woman will feel like the sun set on her while it was still in the sky. We know that it's impossible for the sun to set and still be in the sky. What God was basically saying, that the sun will be in the sky, but that woman will feel as if she's plunged into dead of night, because everything that came from her womb will be destroyed by military conflict. Every last seed that she birthed, including her husband, she will be a widow in a single day. These people are going to bomb here. You, Miss Iowa homesteader. You, Mr. Seeds prepper in Oregon. They are going to let loose here as if they had been praying for a place to do target practice. So you sit here and lie to yourself that everywhere else in the world is going to be the same. No, America is the target not of human wrath. America is the target of Jesus Christ wrath. If you don't own a Bible, keep quiet. If you own a Bible and you decline to read it, keep quiet on this blog. It's not for you. I've always said that I'm not here for back and forth. I'm not here for chitter chatter. I'm not here for conversation. I have serious work to do. And the people that I'm working with, their problem is not that they can't hear. Their problem is that not that they can't believe. Their problem is that they're slow as molasses and they think that judgment is going to wait until they drag their heavy brick feet onto the ark. Then when the last of them is on the ark, then God is going to be like, yeah, we got the last sloth on. Let's set sail with the few that we have. No. When you hear a prophet come and has messages like the door is closing, I want to let you know, Christian, the door is going to close in your face and you're going to be on the inside. You will stay here and everything that's going to happen here is going to happen to you. You will lament your way through the end times inside America that you thought was so heavenly and that you thought was so special that God was planning to do the same thing to Kuwait that he will do to America. He will not. He's not even planning to do it to Russia and China until the end. Russia and China will only get their punishment at the end. But by the time they get to the end, hardly anybody here will be breathing. He didn't tell me that he was planning to do the same thing to India that he will do here. So whoever has sense and goes to India will be better off than you here. So you can stay here with your seeds, but you make sure that you're not breathing on this blog too loudly when I am doing God's work. I don't have time for you and your attitude and your ways. You don't get to say something after I've said something when God is telling me what to say. That's not how it works here. I will not tolerate you sowing doubt into people's minds when they already have 1,000 things to consider. It is not easy to lose your home. So much can go wrong if you have to transition yourself out of the only place you've ever known. Nobody needs you adding to the mix. Nobody needs you, you doubt sower, you slithering voice from the side. I will delete and block anyone that I see saying that. I don't care if you're asking it innocently. I don't care if you're asking it with malice, because a lot of you, Satan talks out of your mouth because you have never been taught by anyone in the church how to control your speech. And that it's not every thought of unbelief or every thought of arrogance that you need to give voice to. If I have gone through that training and I've learned, you will learn by fire or you will get off of the Master's Voice Prophecy blog. It's as simple as that. You're not going to come and deter these people. Not after I've been giving them Bible verses and Bible studies like that man, when the prophet said, oh, God says that the famine is ongoing, but he says, by tomorrow, there will be flour in the city. By tomorrow, there will be barley in the city. And then one person opened his yap and said, even if God poured out food from heaven, can it be? The prophet answered him smoothly and said, it will happen exactly as I've spoken of it. You will see it. You will not taste of it. When God is telling his people, transition to safety, When someone who always tells you that he is a devastating and consuming fire of judgment is telling you, step to the side, that means that the day he releases his nuke and you are still standing in the midst, either because you are one that thought, well, everywhere will be nukes, or you are one who listened to such a one and decided, well, I might as well because it's going to be the same everywhere. This is raw arrogance inside you. Raw American arrogance inside you. Even the Ghanaians that came here for a better life have more sense than you and are building their homes back home so they can run away there. And they will run away there with God's grace. They will run away back to Liberia. They will run away back to Belarus. They will run away back to Paris and re-rent apartments. They will all run away and leave the arrogant here. And then we're going to see, not through me, prayerfully my work will be done. We're going to see through CNN. And then when CNN themselves, when they're all in tatters and they're all on the street and they're all hiding everywhere else from the war, God has said that we will see through Al Jazeera. That Al Jazeera will then take over the broadcasting of the American end times movie to the rest of the world. And then when the Americans outside in Brazil are watching you, the homesteaders here, right? Then you contact me through any means that you can. Send a pigeon and let me know if it was the same here as it is everywhere else. You let me know if same is same. So where I stopped off is God says, now the United States of America, you have to respond because the other falcons are coming out to play. What does that mean? God is letting America know that there are other players on the board. I've always shared here that when it came to the Arabs, you don't know what's going on in an Arab person's heart unless an Arab person lets you know. And what that is it's cultural difference. You will never know what is going on in the heart of a Korean, and you will never know what is going on in the heart of a Japanese, especially a Japanese. And you will never know what is going on in the heart of a Russian, and you will never know what is going on in the heart of a Chinese unless they let you know. It's not just about the language barrier and the language difficulty. When you are interacting with people who come from different regions of the world, you need to stop interacting with those people as if those people are constrained by your societal norms. In America, the mouth is king. In America, it is acceptable for the mouth to open before the brain even engages into first gear. That is why people here just open their mouth and say whatever. It doesn't matter if it's a stupid thought. It doesn't matter if it's a worthwhile thought. It doesn't matter if it's a thought where they've sat down and actually put effort into thinking not just the first part of the thought, because most thoughts are not just single bullets in the wind. Most thoughts, if you express a thought, that thought is going somewhere. There's a second, a third, a fourth, and usually a fifth supporting argument to the first thought. That is why if somebody says something that has no sense to it, the minute you ask them, why do you think that? They're now forced to stop for the first time and come up with a second thought to support the first one. And usually when they give you the second one, it's just as dumb as the first, because they thought that the first one was all that they needed. In America, a lot of people, a distressing amount of people believe that all you have to do is say something and then the thing has veracity. Veracity means truth, but it doesn't just mean truth. Veracity is a word that speaks of the truth, but it's a weighty truth. There's some things that are light truths. If you're hungry and you say you're hungry, you're hungry. Nobody's ever going to use the word veracity to verify the fact that you said you're hungry. Why? Because hunger is subjective. Your hunger could be somebody else's intermittent fasting. So when you say you're hungry, we're just going to take it at face value. If anyone would know if you're hungry, it's you, right? Veracity is not just truth. It is weighted truth. It is truth that if you go up to it like a gym bag and unzip it, you will find heavy bricks of gold in there, assuring you that this statement that was put forward is truth. When you're dealing with other cultures that first on the face of it present a language barrier is the first sign to you that you are dealing with someone unlike you. An American and Europeans have more in common than an American and a South African. A South African and any other African country will have more in common than either of them and an Indian who speaks only Hindi. A language barrier is the first clue to an educated person that you are dealing with someone who is not quite like you. You're both human beings. That means you both have the same needs. You both have families. You both want good schools for your kids and everything like that. But language barrier is often the first flag. I didn't say red flag. It is just often the first signal that you are dealing with someone not like yourself. And I've often described Russians to people here, not because I know any Russians, but because I have listened to God and watched my dreams and read my prophecies and respected God's mouth enough to know that when he says that a Russian will never even smile at you until he has sized you up and found you to be, number one, no threat to him. And then number two, somebody that he actually wants to show an interest in or take an interest in. A Russian person will never reveal to you what's on his mind or what's in his heart until he actually sees you that this one is not an active threat. This one is not judging me. This one is actually a decent guy. And I don't know any of them to have picked that up. I just know it. A Chinese person, on the other hand, is a person who will easily tell you what you want to hear. These people are very educated. They pour a lot into school. But at the same time, there's something about Chinese people. Again, I'm not in interaction with many, or in fact, any of them, except when I frequent their stores and anything like that. Chinese people are able to tell you something on the front face of something, and behind the thing they're telling you, there's an entire universe of stuff at the back that they're not telling you. And the reason they're not telling you is either because they've sized you up, they found you not worth the effort of telling you that. They sized you up just from your initial whatever, and they just think it's not worth telling this person this information. This information that I have as a Chinese person is valuable information, and I'm not going to waste it on this type. There are vast differences between the cultures. But here in America, because it's America first and America only, and there's no world outside these borders, a lot of people never carry nuance in how they interact with other cultures. Americans assume that other cultures will always back off to create more room for the American to occupy. Americans assume that because they have this America first mentality, that everybody else, when they see them enter the room, will be willing to bow and fall in line with whatever they think and whatever they want. And then Jesus Christ enters the chat and says, the Arabs are ready for you. They're going to tear you apart when you don't even see it. Where is it that he said? He said something here just now where he was saying that if the Arabs don't actually tell you and smile and tell you what they're saying about you in the international spaces, do you know that two Arab men can sit on either side of an American delegate and talk about that American delegate? Once those translation mics are off, and that person in the middle will never know what they're saying. He says that if they don't actually take you into their confidence to tell you what they're thinking, to tell you what they actually feel, the Japanese are notorious for this. They speak at a level here. What they mean is what they actually mean is either higher or it is so low that you will never perceive it. They call it reading the air. They will say 2 sentences when they mean 20 sentences. And if you are not sharp enough to perceive the other 18 sentences that they have not said, you will never know what a Japanese person or even a Korean person actually means. And to them, it's not deception. Deception is when you actually plan in your mind that you're going to fool someone else. To them, speaking like that is just culture. That's why they have so much poetry in those cultures. They can just have one sentence, the falcon flies into the blue mountain. Next thing you know, you find the whole thing means that, oh no, it's about how to be fertile at the new moon. They have a ton of stuff that because of society, it means something totally different. Imagine trying to moderate amidst cultures that you cannot take the time to understand, honor, respect, see as yourself, then I just want you to swoop all of that into a wartime posture. You're no longer at a barbecue posture. You're no longer at a we're all the nations, we're just hanging out and mixing. Let's swoop into war. War means that all gloves are off. And now God is basically saying, America, you're not actually the only one with gloves. America thinks that. She thinks that she's the only one that can threaten other people. America thinks that she's the only one that can give ultimatums. But what is God telling you? He's telling you that behind the tolerant Arab smile is a world of nuclear weapons that you know nothing about. Does anyone remember my prophecy? I think it's called SOS, America's Call of Distress. That's one. And the other prophecy is called The Nations Are Coming. And in the prophecy, The Nations Are Coming, God was basically saying that there are a whole lot more nuclear capable states in this world than the top American brass can dream about. And that one of them is South Korea. How's them apples? How's that for surprise? South Korea that tolerates an American base. South Korea that has always been an American ally. What are we now hearing in the news? That the president is touring the various states because of the ASEAN summits. And what's happening in South Korea? Loud anti-American, loud anti-Trump protests. Who could have seen it coming? God did in 2021, where God told me that even people who are traditional allies of the United States are going to hate her by the time we get into this thing that is called America will be fighting wars on all fronts. And South Korea is reactive towards America based off of a single incident because of one woman in this country who got on the phone and thought that she can always pick up the phone against a minority and lie, and she will be believed because she's the majority demographic, only to find that if you pack up the whole of the majority demographic in the United States, guess what? Asia outnumbers you about 4-1. If you add up all those Asians in there, you don't even have to add the Indians. If you just add up the Asians in China, Korea, and Japan, they're more than you. Japan alone has 140 something million people. That's about half, almost half of what we have here. Japan alone, not counting the 1 billion in China. But because the heart is just used to doing certain things here, that woman by herself sabotaged not just employment opportunities in the United States, but she has galvanized an entire people. The people are cleaving together like this, hating America. Traditional American allies are now protesting that Donald Trump should not enter their country. So when I sit here and I'm talking about things that I have been saying for years, I don't appreciate anyone coming here and trying to gainsay them or undermine them or try to put their crooked finger and lotto scratch it just to see, but aren't there, like, don't we have options? There's no options. There's just what God says and how you are going to respond to it. And you're welcome to respond to it however you want to, but I'm telling you that if you try Korah and Dathan here, if you try Korah and Dathan stunts here, if you try Miriam and Aaron stunts here, it's not going to go well for you at all. So God is saying the Falcons have come out to play. There's other players now on the board, and they're ready to eviscerate you. To eviscerate someone basically means Wolverine claws, a sudden movement, and then your entire face is shredded into 15 pieces, and then it just slides right off the bone. Eviscerate means to sharply scratch and claw and shred something to pieces. So notice God is not using language like, oh, they're ready to fight with you as you fight back. No, to eviscerate something actually means that you're going to claw it until it's dead. That's what lions do to whatever they catch on the savanna plains. And he says, there are wings hawked up to the max, ready to fly. So that means that America always has this posture. We will answer strongly. We will respond. We will do this. And God is like, if you're feeling froggy, jump. You're used to being the only wings in the sky. What is the prophecy called? The sky will be filled with wings. If you're feeling froggy, Stand on a branch, eagle, and jump. As you jump, you will be surprised to find for the first time in your life that all the surrounding trees of the forest where you thought you were the only eagle, God says you will find everybody else jumping into the sky. He says that you will find that other wings are hawked up to the max. What do you think it means to be hawked up to the max? It means that other people are prepped. It means that other people are ready. America, this is not my first time telling you that other people spy on you just as much as you spy on them. Other people have your intel just as much as you think you're all intel'd up. Other people are running interference because other people are packed up in this nation. It's very easy to spy on a nation of yappers. It is. Other people are getting up to the second feedback from inside the Pentagon, given to them not only by foreign spies inside the Pentagon, inside the White House. Other people are being fed information by American spies that have already been turned. This is 2020 stuff, 2021 stuff, where God said that there are people inside the American infrastructure of government who are sick of American imperialism and they want to see America fall. They feed the Russians everything that they need. They feed the Chinese everything that they need. And no, they're not Russian and the Chinese spies. They're Americans who are sick of America, and they're feeding the enemy everything that they need to know. As you take to the skies, God says, as you go up into the skies, you will find that other wings are hawked up to the max. It literally speaks of a bird that is sitting. And you know, when birds are getting ready, these large birds, when they're getting ready to just launch themselves into majestic flight, they lift up the wings and they just move them like this. They move them in a movement that lets you know, I'm just testing the wing and anything. But if I so much as see a fish down in the river, I'm gone to get it. I'm in a posture of readiness. And he says, one wrong move. Here's the part. He says, one wrong move, and you will find that their language hides many things from you. So an Arab sitting next to an American at a summit can make a joke to another Arab. Let's say the Arab delegation of the UAE, two of them are sitting next to their mic, and America's sitting next to them. And the two of them say something and they laugh. And then maybe the American says, hey, you guys, what's funny? God says that the Arab person, they can talk in your face at the conference and you won't know what they said until they smile politely and tell you. So then you ask them, and the two of them said, oh no, we were just laughing about how the Guinea delegation said this and that, and we just found it so funny that they said this and that, and we thought it was a very good point. And then all three of you can laugh together. But then there's that joke where they will joke about you, and then you can ask, and they will smile politely and tell you an absolute lie, knowing that what they said between the two of them is safe. They can talk about you in your face because they have the advantage of language over you. English is the universal language of power, but those who know that sometimes forget that just because everyone agrees to transact in one language, it doesn't equate all the rest of the languages becoming mute. The French delegation can talk about you, and they're your EU partners. The German delegation can talk about you. The only people who can't talk about you that side are the British. The Italians can laugh at you in your face. You won't know what they said. The Portuguese can talk about you, and you won't know what they said. And the Russian won't even talk about you. He will just stare at you because he doesn't trust you. So he won't say anything until he's directly addressed. And then he will only tell you 18% of the full 100% of what's really going inside him, because that's just how they are. So you won't know anything about what they said until they smile politely and they tell you. One wrong move. You know what God is saying? God is saying that the match is so close to the bomb. One wrong move, he says, and the firestorm. The rolling sequence of events that result in a big boom. One wrong move, he said, and the firestorm goes live. And where will we see it? When the firestorm goes live, involving America at the center, it will be on all TVs. It will be on all app broadcasts. It will be on all channels, God says. He says it is time, and you won't resist. God telling America that you won't resist means you're too far in this thing to turn the ship around. There's too many factors already in position. There's too many small bombs already burning. One wrong move is all it will take for the central bomb to fizz, light all the other fuses, and then into the firestorm we go. And when he says you won't resist, it literally means it's too late to pivot now. It's too late to pivot now. Too many actors are in place. Russia has too many contingencies. China has too many contingency plans that they've made for an America that they know is going to mess up. You're looking at me, that's not necessary, Celestial. We're not going to mess up. No, we already handled this back in 2022. We already handled this back in 2022. God says it is inevitable that America is going to set off many conflicts for herself. And you know why? He said, because you're too used to it. You're too used to making threats. You're too used to occupying. America, this is the worst time on earth to go and start bombing Venezuelans. You know that? You think this is the 1960s? You think this is the 1960s where you were just attacking all those people in South America? Just killing all the presidents and just causing Latin American wars and Latin American economic collapse? Just ruining all their currencies? You think that we don't know from historical context that you made all those people poor? We know that you made all those countries poor. The way you made Africa poor. We know that you did it. You did it with the help of the Western countries, but in this region, you did it single-handedly. You did it by yourself. And in this age, at this hour, in this year, 2025, when all eyes are on you and all tongues are wagging for your injustices towards the people of Palestine, I kid you not. If I was playing chess and America was my chess piece, there is no way that I could say my next move is King's push to claiming that the country that was recently found to have endless reserves of oil, my move is King's push to steal oil in broad daylight by tagging the people as drug lords. Is Venezuela anywhere close to you? Do you think Venezuela is Mexico? For you to come and sell to anyone with a functioning brain that they have a drug trade that is so close to the United States that you feel threatened that drugs are going to come into the country. And all the Fox News watchers are like, yeah, the drug trade. You think that nonsense of Bill Clinton is still going to fly in 2025? Is that what you think? That Bill Clinton convinced this whole country that the black people are the ones who they're just the drug queens. As soon as they push their babies into the world, they are on crack, the babies are on crack, and he left out the fact that he and other white people took the crack into the neighborhoods to destroy the neighborhoods, and they took the guns in there to destroy the neighborhoods. You think it's the 80s? Or whenever it was that he was in power? You think that you're going to sell that story? That Venezuela is actively threatening the United States with a drug trade that is so imminent that the president sat on the news and said, I don't need to ask Congress to keep bombing these boats from Venezuela or to openly declare war. They're just gonna be dead, you know? They're gonna be like not alive. They're going to be dead. You think that the rest of the world is going to sit and watch you do another Iraq just because you've seen an oil field that is closer to home than the Middle East and you want to go and steal again, and you think you're going to bring out that old, tired CIA story of we see drugs, we're afraid of drugs, you that are the drug kingpin, you that are the drug sellers, you that are the opiate moguls of the entire Western Hemisphere? You think you're going to other these people and call them drug lords when everybody knows that you just want to destroy that country so you can go and squat there like an oil sucking bullfrog and do the same thing that you did in the 90s? You're not going to do it. And the reason you're not going to do it is because God prophesied. Don't think I'm just, oh no, she's just talking her political feelings. No. Everything that I'm saying comes out of a message that I delivered before some complainer came here. God said that you are so predictable that the other nations that are setting for us absolutely can predict almost to the decimal point They can predict your behavior based on certain bait, that as soon as that bait is put in front of you, you're going to jump on it because you're used to jumping on it, because you've jumped on it all your life and nobody ever stopped you since the 1944 war. And that prophecy from March 2022, it's called the Changing World Order, states that America will go bashing, whack-a-mole. And what did that prophecy state? I said that when I looked at the map and I saw where America had bashed, the map had a lot more bashed areas than the war that we have declared. And God said that America is used to attacking other nations without a formal declaration of war. And that's because when you're forced to formally declare, I formally declare war against Venezuela, you are automatically bound by international treaties that control how war must be fought. That's why the president said that he doesn't need to formally declare war and ask Congress to declare war. What he's going to do is simply use one of America's sub-banners for fighting wars. This new attack on Venezuela can easily be put under the war on drugs. The war on drugs. Once America says, what do we usually use? What can we lose here? Okay, we're going to claim that the fishing boats are actually carrying massive stacks of cocaine. And then we're going to call them drug boats. And that's how we're going to keep transgressing in Southern America. And we're going to keep doing it, inching closer and closer until we can send troops. We're going to send SEAL Team 6. We're going to try and kill that man. That man is already networking. That man is already, the Venezuelan president is already making speeches because he doesn't want to end up like Hugo Chavez. He's already speaking out, and basically he's doing the equivalent of what young men and women do on TikTok when they're speaking too much truth. They always say, hey, I'm Victor Richards, and I'm in my right mind and I would never kill myself. That's what that man is doing. He's already saying, I hope everyone can see the blood-sucking Americans and what they're trying to do. That man wants to get the word out early enough so everyone can know that if he doesn't wake up one morning, that he's not the president of a drug lord nation. That it's a lie what America is saying. America's getting ready to look for a way to go and occupy over there. If everybody knows what you're going to do, and then you do it, is it a lie or is it true that you do it? If everybody knows this is what they're like, this is what they do, and then you start doing it, who's lying on you? So, one wrong move and the firestorm will go live on all TVs, on all apps, on all broadcasts, on all channels. God says it is time and you won't resist. That means that your hour is coming up to make that wrong move. That means that the prophecy is, oh no, she wishes bad on America. We need to grow past that. There's no way that you think my sleep is being affected by personal wishes towards an entire nation. We're not going to do that kind of low-level thinking. I'm telling you things about the future so that when you see that future, you won't say, oh, Celestial caused it. She made it happen all by her little self out there in Brooklyn. Make your move. America. Eagle versus falcons, hawks, and other eagles. Ooh. Falcon, smaller bird than an eagle. Hawk, smaller bird than an eagle. Both of them predators. Both of them very proud and worthy birds. So in this case, when he's saying falcons and hawks, God is not talking about a small country, a small island. God is not talking about Jamaica because we can't compare Jamaica to America. God is not even talking about maybe a mid-sized country, Brazil, and he's not talking about that. The falcons and the hawks, he's talking about nations that have comparable armies. This would be your Japanese. This would be your Germans. This would be your Japanese. Don't get fooled by those people that claim that, oh no, we are nonviolent and we just have reserve troops. Japanese army doesn't fight. Japanese army doesn't fight because America is squatting in that base. America's squatting on that base island. If the Japanese had a chance Those people are warfaring in their heart. Those people fought and beat China at some point. They're people who can throw down if they have to. And we will see that in the end times when they join the other nations and come here to fight America. A hawk and a falcon are smaller birds, but then God brings into the equation that there are other eagles. Who do you think these eagles are? It's the Chinese, and it's the Russians, and it's any other nation who is big enough and decides to weapon up, for instance, like India. There are other birds that are just as big, that are just as continent-sized. Even Canada, if Canada wanted, if Canada was able to arm itself. There are other birds that are of comparable size, that are of comparable and in some cases better military readiness that can leap into the sky at the very same time. Imagine being an eagle thinking on your branch. You're just sitting on your branch, right? As you're looking, you don't see any other eagles and you just think, king of the forest, king of the sky, caw-caw. And then you leap into the sky and you just see 5 other wings, your same span, going up at the same time. Won't your heart melt? Won't your heart melt? God is telling you what's behind the curtain. God is telling you what's behind the wings. And the painfulness of the prophecy is even if you're told 50 billion times, because you are on an inevitable track to judgment, you're going to keep on along that same track until the day you see what I'm talking about. So, America is not the only bird that can fly to high heights. America is not the only bird in the sky. Woe to the land of buzzing wings. And then he shifts the tone of the prophecy, and now Yah is talking about recession coming, market slump, and a credit crash, and the banking system coming under fire like we've never seen it. Mass poverty, he says, coming into existence, whereby so many people will fall through the cracks. Remember, this is the year 2023. I think after I had been away for a couple months, November to March 2023, I came back and all the dreams that I had been getting in the interim seemed to be about the banking system. That the banking system, the credit system, the finance system, the entire economy, but especially industries and the money industries and the stock market, that kind of thing will completely collapse in the United States. And I said that I saw so many people falling through holes that will develop in the net called money. The financial system of America will be utterly unable to sustain the people living on it, the people needing to draw from it. And I saw that many people fell through the holes. What it means to fall through the holes is that something like what we're seeing in the shutdown right now, whereby the fiscal arms of government, the programs, the benefit programs, they will not be able to sustain people from falling through the cracks. They will not be able to keep people from crashing through affluent to broke, barely making it to below broke, and broke straight into the homelessness, shelter, wandering the streets kind of system of life. God says, don't join the panic when you see that happening. And he says also, don't wait to panic. Asking what should we do is not actively solving your problem. And I just shared in a recent video that as soon as you start asking, but what are we supposed to do? I said your brain is triggering a response that you've done your part by asking the question. Your brain is telling you, well, you know what? You've asked a question. Good job. Just sit around and wait for an answer. That's not how you survive things like this. That's not how you survive things like this. The way you survive things like this is you move into a pivot, leaning on God. The first thing is always prayer. When you hear these messages, if you don't immediately raise up the shield of prayer, what's going to happen is that arrows of fear are going to enter you. And what fear is trained to do is to immobilize you. That's not me saying that these prophecies are fear-mongering. I've never accepted that, and I will never accept it. You say that to me, I will always throw it right back in your face like the dirty dishwater that it is. There's no way that you're going to hear the God of heaven talking and then think you're going to come and call his speech fear-mongering. I'll throw that back in your face. Every time. I always have. I always will. You're not going to come and hear the prophetic word of God that comes from this very Bible. The same person who was speaking in this Bible, you're able to look into this Bible when Isaiah is talking. You don't disrespect it. When Hosea is talking, when Micah is talking, you don't disrespect it. And then when he's doing it in the modern era, then you want to come and call it gloom and doom. You want to come and call it fear mongering. I throw it back in your face. It belongs back in your face. Because it's coming from your father, the devil. And I will always say, get behind me, Satan. You're not going to call God's holy word that he thinks is good to judge this nation. And because you are fearful when you hear it, do you think the people that were hearing these prophecies were laughing? Well, at a certain point, they were laughing. And then when they were naked and in chains, I don't know where the laughing emojis went. We will find out when ours comes. Don't wait to panic. You raise up the shield of faith. You have to raise it up. For many of us, we've never exercised our faith muscle. In a country that supplies your food needs, in a country that supplies help when you go through a dry job season, when you don't have a job, there's a financial help to go and get. In a country that supplies some kind of living, after you finish working, then they give you your pension, your social security, you're getting it bit by bit. In a country that takes care of most needs, it may not be perfectly, but it still is provision. There's a lot of countries, they don't have a pension system. In those countries, if the people don't work and save wisely, their old age is very difficult. They have to solely depend on their children. In many countries, that's the case because the infrastructure of the government and the corruption of the government and just the laziness of the government means that they haven't set up any provision to take money out like Joseph during the good years so that they can support the elderly during the bad years. So there's so much that people have here that they're not aware of because they're like, no, it's not perfect, or I'm getting a little, or other people are gaming the system. And you're not looking at what you have, and you won't be able to look at what you have until it's taken away. And the person who's taking it away is the Lord. When you see the government doing what it's doing, it's the Lord. He promised you an overlord Satan system that would rip through everything in your pockets and drain out every dime and steal every single thing that you have until you are destitute. And then they will come and look and say, are they still breathing? They're still eating? Do it again. So that means if you know what they're doing is of the Lord, because he promised them. God promised us a terrible judgment as a prize to judge us. He promised us a terrible government, as the outcome of judgment. You can't have a nice government when you're being judged. So that means then you have to find your way through. He says, don't wait until you get a no. Don't wait until that letter comes that says, oh, due to unavailability of funds in this department, we are unable to honor your request for, might be request for housing assistance, might be request for food stamps and other benefits, might be request for medical aid. It might be request for, can I have a coupon or a voucher like this because I need this procedure because I'm sick. And then they say, due to unavailability of funds, we could not honor your request. He says, don't wait for the no. Start pivoting now. Start farming vegetables now. Start growing, if you have space, growing whatever you can grow now. And then the mind of people will be, how can she tell us to grow food if we're supposed to leave the country? Are you leaving the country this very second? If there's a food shortage in the next 6 months while you're waiting for the passport, what are you saying? That you're unable to do both, right? Because in this world, what I've noticed is when you tell people that God says something and then God also proposes an interim measure, it's like, well, which is it? Is it that I'm leaving or is it that I'm growing vegetables? I don't know. Tell you what, be leaving, but until you leave, starve. Is that a better suggestion? Starve until you leave. Or maybe just break out a cabbage, carrot, Brussels sprouts, tomato patch until you leave. Because as you leave, you don't have to take the vegetables with you. You can just leave them there to do what they're doing. It's not either or. A versatile mind is able to work through so many aspects of the same thing. There's so many things that need to be happening concurrently at the same time. One doesn't X out the other. At least not if wisdom is in the room. So farm your own vegetables if you have space for it, and can what you can, he says. Can what you can if you can. Now, for a person like me, I'm canning to do what? Where's the space to can? But if you have the space to can, then can. If you know how to can what you can. And he says, do what you know to do. So that varies. There's so many variables depending on the space you have, depending on the money that you have. What is the Lord saying fundamentally? He's like, do something. Inactivity and just, I don't know, is not a proper response to incoming pressure. I don't know what to do is not an acceptable response to incoming pressure, especially if there are children involved. Get rid of your excess. Sell something if you can to make a profit off it. Use the money to get something that's a bit more useful to you, and do it before the market goes bad like old milk and stops you getting a return on investment altogether. The last excuse that I used is that your mom passed on 8 years ago, and for 8 years you have some kind of fancy Austrian grand piano that she had. It's in the attic. It's just sitting there. Occasionally you go, you sit there, you do bing, bing, because you don't know how to play, and then you cry. You have it based on sentimentality only. The Lord is saying, get that thing down and sell it while we are still in a market where somebody in the bougie area wants a piano that's worth 10K. I don't know how much these pianos go for. Sell it while it still carries a value, because once the market slumps, I promise you, in the midst of hunger, ain't a person will even give you $10 for a 10K value grand piano. Nobody will want it. It becomes a useless asset. So God is saying, turn the profit now, make the money now, do something with it now. Flip what you can flip. Make the most of the good weather that you have. Look outside. Look at outside at the American economy. Is it good weather? It's not good weather. Why would the Father say it's good weather? Because worse weather's coming. It's very, very easy to understand what God says. All you have to do is sit and think about it a little bit. Is it good weather? Is it good weather outside there economically with so many people unemployed? Is it really good weather out there with so many people unhoused? Is it good weather out there with the benefits turned off for November? A key time period in the American life when Thanksgiving is coming. I see so many people making, how can you turn off the benefits? Because what about people's Thanksgiving dinner? And I'm like, Lord, what is wrong with us in this country? How many days is it before Thanksgiving? If you count, let's just pretend that it's October 31st today. It's not. How many days is it between now and the big November 25th? It's 3 whole weeks. Depending. Why is nobody focusing on the fact that people need to eat for 3 weeks before the big Thanksgiving? Because that's just how people think here. Oh, they can't do this right before Thanksgiving. What about the 3 weeks that you need to figure out of food before you get to Thanksgiving? Why is Thanksgiving such a big deal? When you need to feed people, children in the house for the next coming 3 weeks. Because it's emotion leading. And emotion always kicks sense and practicality out of the room. Emotion is a very selfish belle. She doesn't like having anyone else around her because she's got big hair and big waist and just, this is how I feel. She doesn't like having logic in the room. She doesn't like having common sense in the room. She doesn't like to have practicality in the room. And she hates the sight of wisdom. Emotion hates wisdom. The two of them are not related at all. They've never been sisters. Emotionality, feelings, this is how I feel, that she hates the sight of wisdom, because wisdom will come in and say, there's 10K in this piano. I know you feel like it's your mom, but your mom didn't actually leave this world and enter the piano. She's waiting to be risen at the judgment, hopefully to be reunited with her Lord and Savior. Sell the piano. 10K can do a lot for you. When wisdom speaks like that, emotions are all over the place. You don't know me. You don't know me. She used to sit here every Sunday and she used to play to us. How old were you when this happened? I was 9 and she did it until about age 15. How old are you now? I'm 37. What does it have to do with anything? There's a lot that has happened between the time that you were 15 and 37. And if you can't put two and two together and deal with the fact that you're broke and that you could use 10K, then wisdom is like, I don't know, see you when I see you. But judging from this conversation, probably never. Probably never. Emotions want to own the room. Feelings want to own the room. And there's no feelings here on the Master's Voice. Zero. Not even my own. There's just the wisdom of God, the truth of these words, and the practicality of what comes next. Feelings rise. Pause the video. Take a step back. Come back tomorrow. Deal with feelings. Tell her that she has to take the back seat for maybe the first time in some people's lives. Because you need to go to the back door where you always slam it in wisdom's face when she comes calling, trying to help you. And you need to open it, and you need to bring her into the living room for the first time and shut feelings into the kitchen. And let wisdom have the floor for probably the first time in some people's lives. There are people who have been listening to me who now, in this day, in this week, they're writing on my blog, it's like something finally clicked. I got all my paperwork and I went to apply 3 years after the fact. 3 solid years after I've been saying you need a passport to even begin to think of obeying Revelation 18:4. Come out of her, my people. People used to come here and scream at me. What difference does it make if we stay or leave? People used to come here and scream at me. We don't need a passport. We've got a driver's license. Yeah, I know, because it's driver's licenses that will get you on an international flight to Italy. Yes? And then when you arrive, you can show them your US driver's license, and then to really prove who you are, pull out your dog tags, because driver's license plus dog tags is how the international community processes you through the airport. Is it yes, no? That's how they do it, right? When you want to go to Kenya, you just use U.S. servicemen dog tags plus the license, and then the Kenyan authorities will say, yes, of course. Of course. Everybody else on the plane has a passport, but then there's you, Americana. Always arguing, always confrontational to the destruction of your own soul. Your own soul. My soul is here in my body. I'm listening. And I'm saying, God, don't let me put a foot wrong at this time. But what difference does it make? Let wisdom come in from the chicken coop where you put her and ask emotions. Can we have the room? Can we have the room? See how it goes for you. So the good years have ended. This is the 2 good years prophecy, 2024, 2025. God says the good years are over. In fact, it was 2023 and 2024. 2025 is the year that the wheels have fallen off. And now 2026 and 2027 have already been prophesied since May 2025. God said that America is now stepping into a war era. Us being told, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. The government doing fundraising out of the people. When they start this stuff and they don't have enough money, it's our 2 pennies that are left that they're going to come and say, well, we're going to have to adjust taxes one more time. You know that this is what feudalism and serfdom was all about, right? You even know, if you dare and you care to look at the history, that that's what sharecropping was all about, right? Sharecropping was a carefully set up system to make sure that you would never become the owner of the land. You would always be in debt. You would always be a couple $50 behind where you thought you would be. You would never farm enough. You could never keep up. It was carefully orchestrated from the beginning to always have you working the land like the slave that you used to be, in a farce of a system that told you, you're a landowner now. You were never a landowner. You were just a slave with some modicum of freedom. Still a slave, but supposedly in a fair system. And people are still doing it, but it's fair now. It's all fair, and they're still complaining. Yes, of course. Of course we're still complaining, because we're just complainers. So the good years have ended and your war years are starting. War on all fronts. In the homes, in the households. War. It's been proven by so many studies that the main thing that people argue over, the main thing that kills marriages, the main thing that kills love is arguing over money. Arguing over money. What do we spend on? I don't think you need a new truck right now. I think that you do your nails too frequently. These things eat away at the love. They eat away at the codependence in families. And God says, war in the households, war in the offices. I just spoke recently of how God says, as the madness of America increases, another threat of judgment, that madness will literally come upon the people and make them hate each other. That the offices are going to become battlegrounds that eventually turn into the scenes of homicides. As people just go to work and shoot people that they hate. War on the playgrounds, God says, where children should be getting along. You're going to start seeing children who are picking up different prejudices from home, saying different things to children and saying, my dad says that your family is not supposed to be here. In the fields, agricultural sector, war. Farmers are feeling it. I saw farmers in Arkansas praying, and I was like, why weren't you praying to God when you were voting red? How come you're praying now when red is strangling you? Where was Jesus when you went to the polls? They're praying to God now. At the time that the heat of harvest is coming in, now they know Jesus. And this is not a wicked take, so don't look at me like that. There's this thing called accountability. I know most of us haven't heard of it. We think that it's a rumor. We think that it's actually a communicable disease. It's not. There's this thing called accountability. Accountability is what happens when you put the first thought and the second thought out into the wind without bothering to carry the third, fourth, and carry the two minus the one and see what you get before you speak the first thought. War in the fields. Economic war that this man has brought to the very door of America. Tariff instability that he's brought to the very door of America. Protectionism, an old and a failed way of doing business that always destroys the countries that try to practice it without skilled hands at the helm. If you want to know why protectionism worked in China, protectionism worked in Korea, protectionism worked in Japan, look at the three nations that I just listed. Those three nations contain populations that are willing to suffer for the good of the nation as a whole. That is a mindset that is alien to capitalist states. In a capitalist state, you cannot tell the people since birth, pursue the dream. You can be anything you want to be. You can be this, you can be that. It's a dream, it's a dream. You cannot raise highly individualistic people. Look at how far apart my fingers are. And then think when hardship comes, when you shut markets and talk about we're protecting American markets and we're going to tariff everything. And then the economy begins to constrict, strangling the individuals that you raised. And then you want to start telling them, no, we got to come together, America first. No, it's been well studied in histories. Minds don't change in a generation. It takes at least a generation and a half for a believed thing, a believed mindset to change. It changes over a generation and a half. You cannot raise individuals and then come and try to do some kind of socialist, communist thing. Korea closed its markets for a while. Japan closed its markets for a while. China was well known. They were like an invisible state for decades. Nobody knew what they were doing in there. They were just locked up. They didn't want to give visas. They didn't want anyone to go over there. And then they uncovered themselves. You know, when you build a building and you cover it and then you drop it and one day you just look at, and you're like, I didn't know that they were building glass towers over there. Yes, because for a while it shielded themselves. Those three countries practiced protectionism and they were highly judged by the international community for it. IMF was currently, they're going to implode. They're going to fail. Korea is making the worst possible economic decision. They should be, yes, okay. So after all that, all of a sudden, boom, Samsung comes out of there. Boom, K-pop comes out of there. Boom, K-beauty come out of there. And billions of American dollars are flowing to scrubs, wipes, jelly masks. It's good cash if you can get it. And they're definitely getting it. I know, for instance, TikTok is coining that coin off the American users. Protectionism, when it's state controlled, if the people in the country are willing to go without the luxuries for a while, within the time period, maybe 10 to 20 years, when you see that country later, it's something else. That was the reason that the man named Thomas Sankara was killed. He was killed because he was saying that the elites in his nation could not fathom a world where they gave up Western lipstick, Western nail polish, Western silk pocket squares and cravats for a season so the nation could build. He kept saying it. We can build from within. We can cut off these markets. We can live without these imports and direct the money to other things. Certain ears caught wind of that mindset, which is definitely more leaning towards the state-led kind of mindset rather than open free markets. And they killed him. They killed him for that. But nobody was going to go and kill Chinese leaders or Japanese leaders or Korean leaders. Nobody was going to go that far and risk coups. So those nations were able to do it. Look at them now. Look at them now. And in this late stage dying capitalism, now the president all of a sudden wants to protect home markets and then can't even fund the government for 1 month so that Americans can eat. So, war in the fields, in the trade sector, the agricultural sector, and God says even on the campuses, war. The youth are volatile. He's talking about Gen Z. He's talking about school children. And he says any little thing pressurizing these children can bring them to fighting in the streets, can bring them to fighting among each other, and can also bring them to using bullets, to using gun, to using fatal violence on each other. And God says that means the parents, and by extrapolation, the government that is supposed to be taking care of the youth and watching over them. He says these children aren't coping well, and you did that to them. The parental structure, the government structure, the school structure, the nonsense that American children are being taught as so-called functional subjects and skill. Every other curriculum is woke nonsense. I look at grown adults. I majored in poetry and thought. You didn't see the economy before you went to school? You didn't see the economy when you did your first semester. You didn't know the world that you were coming out into. You went to school and you majored in poetry and thought. These children are not coping well, and you did that to them. There will be war in the campuses, loose bullets, and active shooters galore as the stress of mental health battles leave the houses. That is, children struggling at home, they're going to bring their mental health issues to perform, God says, to perform on the open stages of the universities, the sports fields, and all kinds of campuses across the United States. So there's going to be more bloodshed. There's going to be more children who crack under pressure. There's going to be more AR-15 genuine breakdowns at school, and also more MK Ultra paid breakdowns at the schools and campuses of the United States. And the last thing God talks about is the military academy of West Point. He says there will be a shooting at West Point, and that the bloody flag of the United States that's proudly flying at that military academy should have been brought down long ago. God says that Americans celebrate and represent nothing but years of imperialism and world control. And it's a shame to them. What a shame you are. The highest honor in the land. He's talking about the seat of leadership. He says nothing but a group of thieves who take what is not theirs. Is it about the government that's in power now? No. They were stealing when Biden was in. They were stealing when George Bush the first and George Bush the second were in. They were stealing when Nixon was in. They were stealing when Clinton and Obama was in. America just steals and then justifies it after the fact. No, we were doing wars of liberation. We had to liberate the Iraqis. We had to liberate the Syrians. And then the Afghanistanis needed to be liberated. And of course, we're supporting liberation in Israel always. Nothing but thievery, he says. Thieves who take what is not theirs. And then he gives out a response. He issues a command. Bring the flag down. So the bloody flag that he says should have been brought down a long time ago. So who was keeping it up there? Who was giving it a second chance? Is it really America's strength? No. America, you've existed on this earth this long because God has hoped that you would change. He sent you so many pastors before this one. He sent you so many leaders before this one. He sent you so many prophets before this one. He sent you so many warnings. So many American pastors preaching broke down under the power of the Holy Spirit and say it's going to go wrong for us. America, I tell you, I feel a fear I've never felt before about our future. How many preaching between the 70s, the 60s, and now? Can you hear a man who just came to talk about Noah and his little boat, and then all of a sudden just breaks down into tears? I feel something in me that says that if we don't turn, America. Do you know how many times people have said, if we don't turn, we will be destroyed. If we don't repent, we will be destroyed. Do you know how many times the Holy Spirit managed to break through the carefully planned programming of American church and deliver a word that had a man's voice trembling on tape? And then after that, people went home mildly afraid. But then in no time, the TV was on and dinner was cooking, and then it was forgotten. It was overlooked. It was explained away. He was probably very emotional. God would never beat up his bride. He says, bring the flag down, you enemies. Bring it down to the ground and trample it to where one day it will rise no more. War, war, great war. A great war is coming. All capital letters. Thus says the Lord. This is the word of the Lord. You have heard the Lord's message. The sky will be filled with wings. June the 29th, 2025. There's other competition out there. There are other sources of strength out there. There's other nuclear caches out there. The ones that you know about and you're always talking about, and countries that you have no idea. I think the Lord actually said that South America has nuclear weapons, and I was very surprised at that because I've never heard of any South American nation being nuclear capable, but I delivered that in one of my prophecies where God says South America has nukes. Some of the things I hear, you should see the size of my eyes when I'm writing them down. There's other acts in town. There's other wingspans waiting. One wrong move, and the firestorm goes live on all apps, on all channels, on all stations, on all broadcasts. It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when. So how do the people of God move? By preparing. God always gives food for the sheep in between. The problem is that wolves keep trying to come in to eat the sheep's food. But I will hit you right between the eyes with a Davidic precision. I will hit you right between the eyes. Because what God showed me in that prophecy that is called the spreading, escalating war of the United States is that he says when America begins to face problems, he said up to the moment that the war is in the country and that the war is advancing from wherever it's going to break out first. You have to give these things thought. I give them thought because I was thinking, Lord, in every other country, like studying the Liberian Civil War, it didn't just pop up in the city. It started in the hinterlands of that nation. And what was happening was that as the war was advancing, BBC was on the job. BBC was on the job. I don't know how, but BBC seemed to know every move that the rebel leader Charles Taylor was making as he advanced upon the capital. That means that the war was coming from one place, a spreading, escalating, advancing war. And the people who were furthest from the war in the capital city, Monrovia, just sat there. They just listened to the news broadcast and sat there. And as always happens in every nation before the outbreak of war, all the people with money took all the money out of the banks and fled. And what this speaks to is that there are different brains when a nation is breaking down. There's brains that just sit and keep tabs. Oh, this is happening, that is happening. I saw a young man, very obviously educated young man, and he was saying how two of the leading voices in America, I don't know their names, but both these men are leading professional professor voices in the study of fascism, the rise of totalitarian, authoritarian, dictatorship governments. They've taught this all their lives. They've published books on the subject. This young man was saying into the fuzzy mic that the two leading voices have fled America. Let me show you backward thinking where somebody forgets to carry the one, underline the two. He wasn't well versed in the subject. Someone introduced him to the subject, and he began to study this subject of how previously democratic nations slowly began the slide into authoritarianism, into ignoring. When a nation begins to ignore its own laws, that nation is cooked. Because most people don't seem to understand that just as a skeleton within us enables my hands to move like this, enable my jaw to move, all of this you're watching is skeletal movement. I'm just covered with muscle and skin. Every single move and twitch and gesture is actually the sign of the presence and the health of my skeleton within me. That is what the law is. No nation operates outside its own framework of laws. The skeleton inside every nation is the legal framework. It's not the executive. The executive is maybe the brain function, the fact that my eyes are told to blink, my hands are told to clench, my mouth is told to move. But what's holding me up? What's preventing me from slithering along the ground like a snake is my skeleton. Any nation whose brain begins to break down the skeleton is always going to end up as a regime. This young man was led into the study. He was introduced to the topic, however he came to know it. And then he came to know of these two men. And then guess what else? He was actually granted the opportunity to interact with these two men on a personal level, which deepened his study and which deepened his understanding. Are you listening to what I'm saying? This is literally being given access into the body of the skeleton to see how it functions. And then people began to harass these two men, threaten their lives, dox them because of what they were saying. The first man ran away. And then this guy was saying that within the last 7 days, the second man ran away. Right there is the story of the spreading, advancing war coming upon this nation. And the people who have studied it know just upon sight what's coming next. And without shame, they ran away. But then see this young man. This is where the brain always takes a left turn into American pride and arrogance. I'm not going to judge them for leaving, but I don't think America's done yet. I trust our institutions so much. Where's the institutions? The institutions, if you need a flashlight to know where they are, they're inside Donald Trump's stomach. The institutions of America right now, congressional oversight, a free and a non-controlled Supreme Court, an electoral college that you think you can trust for the next election, midterm or final, they're inside his stomach. His gastric juices are digesting them as we speak. And study of fascism is not my area, but law is. And my brain already knows that if America is not ashamed to have fat and sweaty and bulky, overweight white supremacists leaping out of trucks to grab people who look like me and take them to Alligator Alcatraz that they now say is missing 2/3 of the initial people who were processed in there. They can't find them on the roster anymore. Their families don't know. The trail has gone cold. If America is not ashamed to disappear people, and there's a young blonde guy going, I don't think we're done yet. I looked at this guy and I said, God, truly, spiritual stupidity is a frightful thing. It is a terrifying thing to be made a fool of by your brain when the Holy Spirit is available to activate this muscle and save your life. It is. Naaman almost made a fool of himself. And a young man without a fuzzy mic said, oh, my father, we have come all this way. The river is right here. Are you telling me that because you don't like the way the prophet spoke to you, because he didn't come outside to greet you personally? My father, are you telling me that you are so spiritually dull that you are willing to turn an offense and take this leprosy with you back to Syria? That's how Naaman ended up in the water. A word to the wise put the top general in Syria in what he was calling a dirty pond. And the Bible says when he came up the 7th time, obedience to follow the prophetic instruction. He didn't dip once, he didn't dip 5 times, he didn't dip 6.5 times. He dipped all 7. It says when he came up, his flesh was whole and firm as a baby. God rejuvenated this man back to childhood muscle tone, firmness, and a uniform skin color without the white splotches. People with expertise are pirouetting and cartwheeling out of this country. People who went through Poland occupation, Hungarian occupation, and just basic Europeans who know a Hitler when they see one are bounding out. But a young student who learned everything that he knows from the books of the masters have fled. And he's fuzzy miking his way through a 6-minute TikTok telling us, I don't know, America's not done. I just don't believe that our institutions are so far gone that ABC, my brain just droned this young man out. And I said, God, this is that prophecy about when the war is coming. When the war, God said in the prophecy, the war had broken out in America. That was my 3rd dream. The war was on. It was real. We were getting live reports from the front every day, just like Liberia did. And I saw that some people wanted to immediately respond and leave. And then came the cancerous H. pylori candida STD overgrowth of the people I will not tolerate here. I saw them arise in a time when the war was active in the border, like there were different fronts, different factions, advancing upon different cities. These people heard all that on the news, and then they were sitting and telling their wives and their children, let's just calm down. Some of you will die because you are connected to some of the stupidest people who have ever lived under God's sky. And me, I don't hold back. I will tell you, your life is in the hand of a Nabal fool. He will cause you and your children to become that puddle that I said I saw the blood on the roads. That man in the house is the reason you will be a puddle under the feet of the wise who will just, I said I never walked through those puddles. Whenever I saw those big sticky patches, I don't care how big it was, I went around it and I continued on, because far be it from me to walk in the blood of a human being. Those puddles, they have to be someone. You do know that I'm not here lying to you, right? Those puddles are somebody. The fact that they're not here now changes nothing about the fact that they're on the way. Because if I'm not blunt with you, you will keep think that I'm coming here to shoot the breeze with you. Those puddles are somebody. The feet that I saw dangling from the light poles, because some people opened their mouth and the government was like, this is an enemy of the state, publicly hung from the street lights, and they would leave you there, as the Bible says, for the crows to eat you, and then for the beasts of burden to continue the eating. Those feet are somebody. They're a Ted, they're a Dave, they're a Melissa, they're a Keisha, they're somebody. Those feet are not my active imagination. Those feet are someone. The judgment is just waiting over the head of America to get the order to find out who the feet are, to find out who the puddle are. The puddles are someone. The feet are someone. The piles of bodies that I said the flies were just zzz, and none of them had a head, because the government allowed corporations in this country to turn into mercenary armies that helped the government, because the government didn't have resources to find and hunt its enemies and kill them and behead them. Are we a Sharia law nation for heads to be missing? No, this is the operation of the beast state. Those bodies in the pile, do you think that that's like a Netflix CGI? That's somebody. We're just waiting to find out who. And the biggest pile of somebody will be fuzzy mic talkers. I just don't think we're done. You skip the FYP. Another person is like, we're done. I'm leaving next week. You skip it. I haven't given up on America yet. All I do is just look at the counter of death, life, death, life. That's all it is. That's all it really is. When you boil it down, when you make it like a wine reduction, when all the wine and it's just like a sauce, that's all it is. It's just a balance of who's going to live versus who's going to die. And usually if you go by biblical principles, the people who live are the people who believe the word of the Lord. And the people who die are the people who say, even if God made windows in heaven, could food really come down to feed us in Israel? And that's how it's going to be. Once I've done my job to tell you what it is, you can sit around and wait and say, let's just calm down. Somebody else is sitting in a $10 a night, 4-star hotel in Chile. And that's where they watch me from. They decided if they only make $1,000 a month, $10 a night means living cost is only $300 to stay in that hotel. And they're going to figure it out from there. If they're going to teach English in Chile, it doesn't matter. They figured it out. They've gone back. Somebody is watching me from her little farm in the Bahamas right now. And then the fuzzy mic people are looking at me from here. So let's all do fuzzy mic. Let's do fuzzy mic versus Bahamas farm. And let's continue. And let's see if we should all calm down, or let's see if the living God has entered these borders and is about to do something. I'm Celestial, and this is the Master's voice. The sky will be filled with wings, July the 29th, 2025. Until I see you again, goodbye. And that's what this first dream was about. I was working on the channel on the video I made last night. So I was basically seeing myself a few hours as I had just been, but now I was sleeping. I had done the video and I sat and I waited for the video, because that is what I do now. I sit and I wait for the video, because if I literally don't sit and wait for the video, the minute I leave the video alone, the devil will do something to it. It will get messed up. It will warp. It will get into YouTube, and then it will suddenly say, I'll play it, and then my voice will be speeded up like Mickey Mouse. I'll play the video, and then my voice will be low and slow like Darth Vader. Something will happen, but there's no problem with my devices, because I use the same devices for work every day, and they work perfect. They don't garble speech. They don't go silent. So I know it's not that. It's the warfare, the arrows against it. So I saw myself in my dream, sitting up late, waiting over this Kamala Harris video to make sure that no attacks would happen to it and that it wouldn't be ruined. In real life, this process, I did it until about 4:20. So about 4:20 or so, the video was ready, and I decided I would only release the small first clip, and then I would let the other one wait until later in the day. So I saw myself waiting for the video, and the video was processing. Those of you who are YouTube creators, you know that when you're processing a video, You can't see the video. YouTube is working with the video. You've taken it off your phone and you've put it on the internet. And now as it's going through what we call the rendering process, the video is not available. So imagine my shock and surprise when the video pops up and starts playing. The video that was processing that should have been a black screen, it popped up all of a sudden. The entire thing was rolled out. You know the way it's rolled out and you can see the little waves to show that's your voice? The whole thing pops up as if it was ready, and yet the thing was only 40% ready. And then out of the whole thing, out of this layer, the first layer of the pop-up where I was surprised to suddenly see the video there, a pop-up rose up at about maybe the middle point. But I was wearing different clothes in the pop-up. I'm wearing whatever you see me wearing yesterday, that's what I'm wearing in the whole video clip. But then all of a sudden, another clip raises itself above the main clip. I'm wearing totally different clothes, and I'm saying words that I've never said yet. I'm saying a war is coming, and I sound so grave. My face pops up, and I'm saying a war is coming to America. War is coming to America. Now, when I said that in the pop-up, that appeared to be part of the main video, but clearly was not, the main video suffered a horrible glitch. It suffered a horrible glitch. I wish I could explain how that thing looked, but basically the closest I can give it to you is when you go to the movies and the guy who's running the projector forgets, or he forgets. You know, in the old days, they didn't used to have the whole film. They used to have 2 reels, so they would put the first reel and then he's supposed to seamlessly join the second reel. But if he falls asleep or he forgets, the first reel ends, and then it begins to have this horrible shuddering, like flicker, 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 flicker. It begins to flicker really quickly. That's what my video was doing. As the pop-up was up there, suffering no glitches and saying, war is coming to America. The main video suffered a horrible shuddering glitch, and it flipped back to the beginning. And when you've been waiting an hour and a half for a video to get rendered, the first thing I said was, Lord, what is this? I was like frustrated. And I said, no, Lord, what is this? What is this? I groaned. I said, oh no, what happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? And the video went back to 0%, and it again went dark. And I started waiting for it to render, and it rendered until it reached about 51%. When it was getting to about 51%, for no reason, the entire video unspooled itself again. The entire thing opened, and the pop-up came again, and it said, war, a war is coming to America. And I'm looking at this pop-up and thinking, this is not a video that I have made yet. I haven't said this in this way, and I haven't worn that outfit. What is this? And then again, the shuddering happened. The video glitched and it went back to the beginning. But by this time now, I've put in at least 2 hours, and the frustration was real. And then I said, Lord, I don't understand what this is now. I never said this in the Kamala video. I don't remember saying that. And where is it coming from? And why is that simple phrase? I have said before that war is coming to America. Why is this simple phrase causing the entire breakdown of the main video that I'm here waiting for? Why is this video even playing when it's not ready? That's not possible. Lord, please help me. It is far past my time to sleep. I now cover this work in the blood of Jesus Christ so that no more interruptions will be able to happen in Jesus' mighty name. And I prayed over the video because once again, it had spun back to the beginning. Video started to process, and because I prayed, it was at least moving a little faster now. This time, when the pop-up came, the original video, I can just say the original video started trying to fight back. So whenever the pop-up comes and plays, the bottom video begins to shudder. All the images just begin to shudder, the whole reel, and it cannot keep up with whatever I'm saying in this pop-up, and the entire reel goes black, flips back to the beginning. But this time, I guess because I had prayed, the main video was trying to fight back. It was shaking so much that I was absolutely positive that even if this video actually manages to complete the loop, it is going to be terrible. It is going to be a terrible reel because of the glitches it's suffering by the interference of the pop-up. And the pop-up just kept saying, war is coming to America, war. And the bottom video was fighting so hard to continue rendering. So as I was watching it, it was still moving forward. 51, 52, 53%, 54%. You know, normally when your video is rendering properly, it will go 2%, 4%, 7%, 8%, 12%. It moves pretty decently. This thing was averaging only 1% for a minute. I mean, talk about a slow crawl to the end. Meanwhile, the pop-up became live action. This is not just me. You always see where I am. I'm sitting here in the living room and I'm making these messages. It wasn't just me anymore. I'm saying war, a war is coming to America. And then out of nowhere, I'm sitting here and bullets start flying from this way. Those of you who are listening by audio, I'm moving my right hand towards the left direction. Bullets are flying from right to left in front of me, and bullets are flying from left to right in front of me. I'm talking about Rambo would be proud. Rambo would be proud at the amount of bullets. This is what they call a rain of bullets. Action novels, what they call a hail of bullets, all that hyperbole, that is what was passing. It looks like silver raindrops going in front of my face this way, silver raindrops answering the gunfire that way. And there were men completely what I would call off camera. So just imagine if I was sitting here. I am sitting here. I'm sitting here in front of you. Just imagine that bullets are going and flying in both directions. But the men who are firing the bullets are off camera. One group of men were definitely dressed like when guys get together to go on a hunting trip and the deer are really going to feel their thunder once they get up there to the mountains, okay? So we're talking about bandana men, we're talking about bearded men, we're talking about guys who like the Oakleys, stuff like that. They're wearing camel pants, but they're also wearing perhaps their favorite brand, you know, black t-shirt, blue t-shirt, muscled men. And they're on this side. I can't see them. This is just peripheral senses. On this side are the men with the spider helmets. You know the spider helmet. The spider helmet has 5 fingers like this, and it sits on the men's head, and then it has something like a spider leg or a cockroach in front. And there's a looking scope in the front. I don't know if they pull it down in front of one eye to help them see at night or something, but it's definitely the spider helmet. Let's just call it that. You that fought wars, you know what it's called. You know the cool name. To me, it looks like the leg of a spider or cockroach even is on their head holding something that they can then pull down in front of their face when they want to use it. On this side is tactical ops, black suited men with a spider helmet. And both sides are extremely trained. So we're not talking about Buckshot Bob over here versus highly trained forces. No, these people over here know how to fight war. These people over here, they may be casually dressed, normal American guys, but they have fought war before, okay? You know the kind of men, they like to put bandanas around their neck for reasons that only they understand. That kind of guy, you exactly know the guy. He's always in the gun store. And then it's another group of men, and the hail of bullets are flying on both sides. And I'm simply sitting, looking past the bullets. The bullets are here. I can see them, but I'm looking through the bullets and I'm looking at the screen and I'm making my video and I'm saying, America, and my tone is getting more and more severe. War. A war is coming. War is coming to America. And meanwhile, these bullets are flying as I'm speaking. And that is just how it was. What I saw from that is how many guns America has. If anyone has a question, if you're French and you're thinking, I wonder how many, well, you're going to find out when this war goes off. We are all going to find out, because I think some people have 8 guns. They have a Sunday gun, a Tuesday gun, a gun for their birthday, a gun that their girlfriend gave them. They have weapons to match their feelings, to match their favorite camo. Some people have one firearm. Some people have no firearm in this country. And some people have a whole trophy cabinet. They have a whole shed. They probably have a little 4-button wall that will swing back and take you into a separate room where they keep all their girls. That's how many guns. These bullets showed me that people have guns in this country. And they also showed me that people have been waiting. To me, it looked like people have been waiting all their lives to use up that many bullets. Such was the extent to which they were flying. I was so shocked by this dream that I jumped out of the dream in shock. As tired as I was, I woke up quickly and I was afraid.
Lindsay, the images coming out of Sudan are horrifying, and humanitarian organizations are warning that what we are seeing are mass killings and large-scale ethnic cleansing. Over the weekend, the Rapid Support Forces, paramilitary rebels fighting against Sudan's army, seized the city of Al-Fasher in the Darfur region. Videos and testimonies suggest that since then, RSF fighters have been executing large numbers of civilians, often filming themselves as they do it. Now, videos show bodies in trenches and and strewn in fields. Researchers at Yale University are studying satellite images that they say show piles of bodies from mass executions. To give a sense of the scale of the killing, they say that bloodstains on the ground are visible from the satellites. The WHO today said 460 people may have been killed at just one maternity hospital. Now, experts are making comparisons with the Rwandan genocide. Sudan's two-year civil war is estimated to have killed 150,000 and driven 14 million people from their homes. The capture of Al-Fasher means the RSF now controls all of Darfur, splitting the country in two. Experts say that we now may be seeing the final stage of the Darfur genocide that was attempted 2 decades ago, the non-Arab population being killed and driven out. And researchers warn that this is just the beginning of the killing. They warn that it could get worse and will get worse in the days ahead. And from the outside, there is no serious effort to stop it.
Human rights observers believe that thousands of people are currently being killed by the rapid support forces in Al-Fasher, with bloodstains and dead bodies even being seen from space. Doctors, journalists, and first responders are currently being held captive by the RSF, all in a telecommunications blackout. This is the humanitarian catastrophe that many warned would happen if Al-Fasher fell to the RSF. The berm that the RSF has been using to besiege the city in recent months was then used as an execution site by their forces. North Darfur's authorities have said around 460 civilians have been killed in the last functioning hospital in the city. We can't independently verify the figure, but satellite images analyzed by Yale Humanitarian Labs show clusters of white by red stains.
In the past 48 hours since we've had imagery over Al-Fasher, we see a proliferation of objects that weren't there before RSF took control of Al-Fasher, and they are approximately 1.3 meters to 2 meters long, which is critical because in satellite imagery at very high resolution, that's the average length of a human body lying vertical. What we also see in some of these objects is a C shape and a J shape, which is extremely important because when people are shot on the run, they will often fall in a way that presents as a C or a J because of the bend in their hips or their knees as they hit the ground. Additionally, we're seeing a proliferation of a phenomena we've never seen before in satellite imagery, which is a red discoloration.
Doctors, journalists, and politicians are among the civilians that the RSF is holding incommunicado, with some families sharing that they've been contacted to pay a ransom. The man in this video is seen asking his loved ones to pay for his release. So who's backing the RSF? The United Arab Emirates has been widely accused of supporting the RSF in this war and pushing their capture of Sudan. Though the UAE denies these claims, intelligence officers from both sides told Sky News that the UAE was funneling arms to the RSF through Chad. This was even during the height of their siege on Al-Fasher, bolstering their arms supply as they were starving and shelling the population of the city into submission. The international community has essentially failed Sudan, and now thousands of people in Al-Fasher are paying the ultimate price. And as the RSF cements their control of the Darfur region, all we can do is watch and wait to see who manages to survive.
Now, aid workers in Sudan say that a hospital in the city of Al-Fasher was turned into a human slaughterhouse by paramilitary forces who were accused of massacring 460 patients and their relatives yesterday. The Rapid Support Forces captured Al-Fasher, the capital of the North Darfur region, earlier this week, following an 18-month siege. Yesterday's reported massacre in the Saudi maternity hospital is the latest in a string of alleged killings carried out by the RSF. They deny targeting civilians, despite mounting evidence from victims, witnesses, and social media footage. Well, earlier, John Patrick Norton, who's the head of the International Committee of the Red Cross delegation in El Janina, West Darfur, a city controlled by the RSF, told us of worsening conditions for those displaced by the most recent fighting.
Previously, we're talking about shelters put together by straw, tarpaulin, or whatever other materials they can have. Here, we're talking about people who've taken the clothes from their own back. two sticks, and they've basically constructed something themselves. And it's not just one or a group of families living like that. These conditions stretch as far as the eye can see.
After a bloody invasion, M23 rebels now in full command in the city of Goma. The Rwandan-backed group saying they will set up their own administration here on the territory of the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Let the people of Goma be calm. Peace is here. We are a people's army. We will watch over their security. We will bring peace. No harassment. We do not steal. We do not rape.
The UN has cited reports of rape and looting by M23 fighters, along with hundreds killed.
We have no electricity, no internet. There is nothing. We have been at home for 3 days since Monday. Today we came out a little, but it's not possible. We need peace, and we saw William Goma.
Goma, who's on a UN sanctions list for undermining peace, demanding of a Romanian mercenary why he was here. We're fighting for the future of our children, he says. Sit down. M23 says all 289 members of a Romanian security company on the Congolese government's payroll have now been given safe passage through Rwanda to Romania. A window on the level of control the rebels now have, and on the chaotic nature of a conflict encompassing regular armies, proxy militias, regional forces, UN peacekeepers, and these paid foreign fighters.
It's a big relief. It's a big relief? Yes, why? Big relief. Why? Big relief. Well, everything is... The Rwandan were very hospitable with us, so they took our under their protection, so it's a big step now for us.
They'd been in country since at least the end of 2022, among their services training Congolese troops to fight M23. The company's founder, dual French-Romanian national Horatiu Potra, was arrested in Romania in December, accused of trying to incite post-election violence there. His fighters aren't the only ones surrendering to M23. Scores of men, some wearing Congolese army patches on their fatigues, pictured at a Goma sports stadium. The rebels now said to be advancing south towards the city of Bukavu. They say they fight to defend ethnic Tutsis. The DRC government says they're after mineral resources on behalf of Rwanda. The UN says they're being backed by up to 4,000 regular Rwandan soldiers in DRC territory. A mooted meeting today between the Congolese and Rwandan presidents did not take place, their representatives instead exchanging accusations at the UN. And with the violence leaving hospitals overwhelmed and aid networks barely functioning, thousands more today fleeing from Goma to Rwanda, as all efforts to cease the fighting have so far failed.
Quickly, like the soldier. Quickly. Don't joke. Move, move. Quickly, quickly. Quickly, like the soldier.
This footage from earlier this year shows a stunning military upset in the Democratic Republic of Congo. These men are well-trained foreign military contractors hired by the Congolese government. Surrounded by news cameras, they're being rounded up and kicked out of the country by the rebel group known as M23, seen here in uniform. M23 claims to be a grassroots rebellion fighting the government to secure the rights of Eastern Congo's Tutsi ethnic minority. In early 2025, they shocked the world by capturing Eastern Congo's largest cities. But once the cameras stopped rolling, the real power backing M23's surprise advance marched in to occupy the area. These are troops from the tiny neighboring country of Rwanda, identified by intelligence sources who spoke with NBC News. we uncovered evidence showing that Rwanda has armed, trained, and commanded the M23 movement and committed thousands of its own troops to the fight. Their clandestine war has given them control over a territory with some of the world's richest deposits of rare earth minerals used in cell phones, computer chips, and batteries. It's also killed thousands and displaced millions. Despite accusations from the UN and Western governments, Rwandan President Paul Kagame has carefully and repeatedly denied any role in the conflict.
This problem was not created by Rwanda and is not Rwanda's problem. It is Congo's problem. M23 are not Rwandans.
Does Rwanda currently have any troops at all in Eastern DRC?
I don't know.
NBC News exclusively obtained 3 years of confidential intelligence reports and surveillance footage. They were given to us by military contractors hired to provide intelligence for Congolese forces. Using additional incident reports from the Rwanda Defense Forces, or RDF, satellite imagery, and interviews with combatants, we were able to piece together an account of Rwanda's secret war. For the first time, we can see how Rwanda established field bases on Congolese soil, like this base, nearly 40 miles across the border, which was used to arm, train, and command M23 allies. The leaked footage also shows how the RDF flooded eastern Congo with heavy weaponry, including guided mortars, heavy machine guns, missile launchers, and even armored air defense systems. They established a network of trenches and fortified positions for Rwandan soldiers to directly engage in the fighting. The contractors we spoke to estimated that Rwanda's deployment in eastern Congo has grown to more than 5,000 troops. A spokesperson for the Rwandan government declined to respond to our questions, but said Rwanda acts in defense of its borders and has no territorial ambitions in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Along the way, there have been cracks in Rwanda's covert war. In May 2022, Congolese forces claimed to have captured 2 Rwandan soldiers on Congolese soil. Rwanda denied this, claiming the soldiers were kidnapped across the border. But NBC obtained the Rwanda Defense Force's internal report on the incident, confirming these soldiers were captured while taking part in an M23 attack on a Congolese military barracks. The report recommends punishment for their commander, who allowed his soldiers to participate in the attack while wearing Rwandan military patches. To preserve secrecy, Rwanda began to equip M23 and their own troops with the same unidentifiable uniforms and gear, making it nearly impossible to tell them apart. To prevent the capture and identification of Rwandan weapon systems, they shuttled them back and forth across the border to Rwanda every night. The RDF removed the bodies of dead Rwandan soldiers from the battlefield, and when they couldn't, they stripped them of ID and insignia. Despite these measures, the mounting death toll is becoming increasingly difficult to hide. Using satellite imagery, we counted one by one the grave sites in this Rwandan military cemetery. Since 2021, the cemetery has grown by more than 900 graves. The largest increase occurred between late 2023 and early 2024. During this period, the Congolese military conducted a wave of drone attacks within their own borders. There were so many Rwandan casualties, they nearly lost the war. This strike from January 2024 took out an RDF base and ammunitions depot near the Congolese village of Kiwanja. The attack killed Rwandan officers who were training M23 recruits. A spokesperson for the government declined to answer our questions about Rwandan casualties, but said our reporting on their military cemetery has, quote, no basis in reality. NBC News spoke with a former member of the Rwandan military who lost friends, mentors, and family members in the conflict. Their funerals, he told us, were strictly monitored and controlled. Fearing retaliation from the government, he spoke to NBC on the condition of anonymity. He provided us with documents and corroborating sources to verify his account. To ensure his anonymity, we're reading from a transcript of his interview.
I have a family member. He's my cousin. He called me. He said the enemy is very dangerous here. He said we're very afraid. And he was shaking. You know, the voice was shaking. He died on December 31st, 2024. They bring you to the cemetery, they show you the coffin, then they bury, then you go home. After that, they follow up with the families, their conversations, if they're sharing what happened to them. They're supposed to stay silent.
For many Rwandans, grief is more powerful than fear. NBC News found and verified 91 examples of Rwandan families who defied authorities by posting funeral notices of relatives who died in eastern Congo.
When someone is dead, sometimes you have nothing left to fear. They have nothing to lose.
Nearly 4 years of conflict have taken their greatest toll on Congolese civilians. Millions have been forced to flee their homes to escape the fighting, often over and over again. And Rwandan attempts to hide their presence is only making matters worse. A leaked report from January 2024 shows how the RDF and M23 established this small fortified position, then kicked out the entire nearby village to maintain secrecy. Over the course of the war, many of the displaced found shelter in refugee camps around Goma, the region's largest city. But Goma is now occupied by M23 and Rwandan forces, and many are being displaced yet again. Satellite images show thousands of tents and temporary structures in one of these camps being completely dismantled. Western governments have known about Rwanda's involvement and have said so publicly. But still, Rwanda continues to receive international aid, and that includes military funding for its UN peacekeeping missions. Now Rwanda is at the table for US-brokered peace talks, despite never having officially admitted to taking part in the conflict.
It will also allow millions of displaced people to return to their homes, to safer communities, with new economic opportunities.
The U.S. is promising speedy investment into eastern Congo's supplies of rare earth minerals. It's an attractive offer for President Kagame. Under the proposed deal, Rwanda would profit from this mineral investment and exit the conflict without accountability for its secret war.
At this point, we start to see the beginning of what they call the Rwandan Civil War, which lasted from about 1990. The Interahamwe, everyday people, organizing themselves in forms of militias, taking names and monitoring Tutsis that lived in the city of Kigali and the various cities, saying to themselves, okay, we're going to get you. They start stockpiling arms, stockpiling things like machetes. We're talking about the year 1994. The current president at the time is a man called Juvenal Habyarimana. President Habyarimana is a Hutu, but he's one who's willing to negotiate in order to end the civil war. President Habyarimana is returning from Arusha, Tanzania, and as he's flying over, his plane is shot out of the sky, and the Interahamwe, under the advice of this Belgian man, descendant of the people who had created this problem in the first place, goes on the radio and announces that let's go and cut the tall trees. Tall trees implying that the Tutsis were the taller people, the rounding up of Tutsis and moderate Hutus, so Hutus who were sympathetic to the Tutsi case. And of course, we saw 3 months of complete chaos.
For 100 days in 1994, the African country of Rwanda suffered a horrific campaign of mass murder. Neighbor turned against neighbor as violence engulfed the region, resulting in the deaths of over 1/10 of the country's population. The seeds of this conflict were planted a century earlier, first when German and later Belgian colonizers arrived in the country. At the time, Rwanda was ruled by a monarchy of Tutsi, one of the 3 ethnic groups comprising the population. Tutsi and the even smaller Twa communities were minority groups, while Hutu composed the majority. Many Hutu and Tutsi civilians were on good terms, but colonial powers encouraged political division. Belgians enforced record-keeping around ethnic identity and created a public narrative that cast Tutsi as elite rulers and Hutu as ordinary farmers. Over time, this propaganda led to intense political hostility. And while colonial powers had largely withdrawn by 1959, lingering anger motivated a Hutu revolt, forcing many Tutsi leaders to flee the country. Over the following decade, Rwanda transitioned to an independent republic with a Hutu government. This new administration argued that as the majority group, Hutu deserved exclusive access to political power. They excluded the Tutsi minority by appointing offices based on population and prohibited the return of Tutsi families that had fled years earlier. Hutu extremists also circulated propaganda, blaming Tutsi for the country's economic, social, and political problems. Discontent with their life in exile, a small group of Tutsi insurgents invaded Rwanda in 1990, beginning a violent civil war. The conflict lasted 3 years before it was resolved with a formal peace accord. But the war's aftermath was rife with insecurity. While some civilians in both groups remained amicable, the treaty intensified political polarization. And in 1994, when a plane carrying the Hutu Rwandan president was shot down, the conflict broke out anew. This time, Hutu officials had prepared a deadly response to ensure they stayed in power. Working off a list of targets, government-funded Hutu militias flooded the streets, perpetrating acts of physical and sexual violence against Tutsi political enemies and civilians. Over the chaotic following months, over 1 million Hutu civilians joined their ranks due to coercion, self-preservation, or the pursuit of personal agendas. Tutsi victims sought refuge at churches and schools where they hoped international organizations would protect them, but no outside party came to their aid. UN soldiers who'd overseen the peace accord were instructed to abandon Tutsi civilians, and UN leadership refused to acknowledge the genocide taking place. The violence didn't end until mid-July, when the Tutsi army, who instigated the previous civil war, seized control of the country. By the time the fighting was over, roughly 800,000 Rwandans had been killed, and only a small fraction of the Tutsi population was left alive. In the months that followed, there was no easy strategy for bringing the killers to justice. The UN established a special tribunal in Tanzania to try the key perpetrators. But Hutu civilians from every level of society had committed atrocities against their neighbors, friends, and even family members. There were roughly 120,000 Rwandans awaiting trial, and inmates were dying from overcrowding and poor hygiene. The new Rwandan government estimated it would take 100 years to prosecute every accused civilian in national court. So officials determined the best path forward involved looking to the country's past. Rwanda has a traditional process for resolving interpersonal conflicts called gacaca, roughly translating to justice on the grass. Gacaca had long been used to address offenses within villages. Local witnesses would offer testimony and could then speak for or against the accused. Then, appointed lay judges would determine an appropriate penalty within the community's means. In the hope of trying perpetrators more quickly, the government adapted gacaca for their formal courts. These hybrid trials had no professional attorneys or judges, and no evidence outside the spoken word and a case file detailing the crimes of the accused. All charges were then divided into 4 categories: masterminding the genocide and committing acts of sexual violence, participating in the killings, physical assault, or destroying Tutsi property. Those found guilty of the first 2 categories were entered into the traditional court system, but the other crimes were assigned set penalties which could be reduced if the accused pled guilty. Beginning in 2002, thousands of gacaca courts convened every week. The process proved faster than conventional courts, but Rwandan opinion on the trials was mixed. Some didn't want to accuse their neighbors in a community setting, and many potential witnesses were intimidated to prevent their testimony. Additionally, while the trials showed that not all Hutu participated in the killings, the courts only reviewed cases with Tutsi victims, ignoring the Hutu casualties incurred during the genocide and the preceding civil war. When the trials concluded in 2012, the courts had convicted 1.7 million individuals. For some families, these verdicts helped restore the dignity of those lost in the violence. For others, the trials were a decade-long reminder of a past they were desperate to leave behind. The legacy of colonialism has affected Africa in innumerable ways.
Judging them will be the hardest part. Every one of these men has been accused by someone of taking some part in the genocide. But in the climate of fear and vengeance that followed the massacres, accusation was all too easy.
My headmaster was a Tutsi tribesman, and unlucky he was killed during the events. And his wife is now claiming that we Hutu professors, teachers who were there, we are the one who have planned to make his husband be killed. And we have been arrested for that. We haven't killed him, he has been killed by soldiers. It is a known case.
Over and over in the prison, people said to me, all we want is a fair trial. But that could be years away.
Their problem is, how are they going to actually try all of those people? If the infrastructure in this country, the judicial infrastructure, is completely wiped out. 80% of the personnel, that is judges, defense counsel, prosecutors, are either dead outside of the country or in prison or accused of having taken part in the genocide. The buildings, the courtrooms, if you look around the country, most of them have been destroyed one way or the other.
In the only functioning courtroom in Kigali, 4 of the capital's 5 remaining judges are hearing a civil case, a dispute over land. There have been no criminal cases for months. Even if lawyers and judges could be found, there are no police investigators to question witnesses and prepare the evidence.
The Rwanda genocide was a brutal post-colonial ethnic conflict between two groups, the Hutus and the Tutsis. When the Belgians came in, they saw the Tutsis as racially superior, using the kind of pseudo-scientific jargon that you see in Django to justify putting them in charge of everyone else, meaning the Hutus. This arrangement lasted from World War I until 1994, and it was not good for the local population, to say the least. It built tremendous resentment of the Tutsis from the Hutus. The thing was, the Hutus make up a huge portion of the population, over 75%, and the Tutsis do not. The genocide itself lasted about 100 days in 1994 and is considered one of the most horrific frenzies ever unleashed on the planet. It's estimated that at least 800,000 people died and possibly up to 1 million. And this isn't just killing like warfare killing. This is people getting dismembered by machetes. Unbelievably graphic.
In 1994, I was 7 years old, and I remember distinctly it being one of the most terrifying experiences of my childhood to start to understand what was happening that year in Rwanda and what was this word genocide that I heard the adults around me saying. And even now, anytime the Rwandan genocide is brought up, there's something in me that like stirs very deeply because I remember learning about it at such a young age. And I bring this up for a reason. There's a post on Instagram that says your daily reminder that Israel exported arms, weapons during the Rwanda genocide that killed over 1 million Tutsi civilians. You can look up this article. It says Israel refuses to come clean about its link with the murderous Hutu regime that carried out the genocide in Rwanda 25 years ago. But foreign ministry documents show that Israel was aware of the massacres against the Tutsi minority way back in the 1960s and turned a blind eye. And note the name here. This man is actually an Israeli human rights lawyer, and he unearthed these documents from an archive that shows that Israel exported weapons to Rwanda between 1990 and 1995. More than 800,000 civilians, primarily Tutsi and also moderate Hutu, were in the campaign. Just look up the Rwandan genocide. I don't follow celebrities, so I don't really care about them, but I've seen so many, even brands. I just had a baby and I see these brands, even like the Duna stroller and some onesie brands, and they're so quick to just get a blue and white Canva background and write, I stand with Israel. Do you even understand? If you would have never in 1994 been standing on the side of the Hutus against the Tutsis, you should not be standing with Israel. You are on the wrong side of history. and you should be ashamed of yourself.
So the UN pulled out. How long did it take?
The UN passed a resolution
okay.
to reduce
the force. Okay.
To virtually its shadow. Of course, we kept a figure beyond what the UN, because we realized that if we wanted to comply with their instructions, we were not going to survive.
You were disregarding an order.
Yes, we did so that if at the end of it we were questioned, we will term it an unlawful order. The first time, I think, in the history of the UN that some commanders had disobeyed UN orders. We did. We knew that we were disobeying their orders, but we did.
When you disobeyed this order, I believe you disobeyed first and then reported to Accra second.
No, for the Accra one, it was the decision to stay.
Ghana backed you to stay.
For Ghana to stay, I had told my commander, first commander, when he said, Henry, here we are. Belgium is pulling out. Bangladesh also wants to go. What about your troops? Then I said, well, for Ghana, we are not going anywhere. We will stay here. But when I said it, I knew that I didn't have that authority. The castle, of course, to the government for approval. Fortunately, the reply came that I was the one on the ground as the senior most person. If that was my decision, then we should stay.
Which meant they had confidence in your argument.
Yes, if it had been otherwise, that they said that we should come back, it would have been very shameful, very regretful that we pulled out of the place because killing was going on. Certainly, we were not sent there to stop killing per se. We were sent there hoping that it was going to be a peaceful transition.
Peacekeeping, yeah.
Exactly. But I couldn't see us. More so, the challenge was that Ghana was the only African country. Bangladesh from Asia, then Belgium from Europe.
Yeah.
So were we going to abandon other Africans in time of difficulty? The answer was no.
What was the reaction of your troops who would have seen Belgium departing, would have seen Bangladesh go, and probably would start asking, Chief, sir, why are we still here?
Quite a number of them were terrified, like any human being. If anybody said he was not scared, it was not true. But
were you scared?
Yes, but it was leadership. We were in time of tragedy, and the commander should not be seen to be scared. So you pretended as if nothing was happening.
And I was afraid. And I checked on my video, the real video, for the video had been rendering, and I took the laptop with me to bed. And it was rendering, and I must have fallen asleep. So when I saw it suffering glitches in my dream, the first thing I did was jump up and check the laptop to see had the video gone on to successfully be done. And I saw that the video had been successfully done. I didn't take notes. I didn't think anything of it. I immediately laid back down and I went to sleep, and I had another dream in no time. In the second dream, we'll call it the parking garage dream. The first dream is the uploading dream. The parking garage dream, war was on in America. So it was not coming. It was not being spiritually prophesied as God had showed me, with just me prophesying it and also seeing what it will be like, how potent that type of fighting would be. The war was on. The war was on in America, and God was showing how it would be for those of us who live in the urban areas. So when this thing happens, we in the urban areas, the cities, the tinderboxes, we don't have any woods to run to. We don't have any forests around here. The best we can do in New York is a couple of managed parks, Central Park, Bryant Park, and local parks in the neighborhood. We have absolutely no tree cover. Even the parks are managed. The parks are wide open spaces. And so there was nowhere to go except to hide in modern structures. Some of the modern structures that I saw people running into for safety were museums, schools, gyms, those large, sort of like Madison Square Garden. When that place is empty, you can actually go in among those seats and lay down, because the seats fold upward when no one is sitting there. You could actually go in among those seats in the higher areas and lay down there, and a person would have to be very dedicated to come in and go through all the seats to find you. And so people were hiding in museums, people were hiding in schools, people were hiding in gyms, people were hiding in large events centers like that. And also one place that people were hiding were parking garages. I found myself in a city parking garage hiding, and there were quite a few other people that were seeking shelter there as well. It was daytime. It was daytime in that city, and yet the gunfire was going off in the city. Even from up there in the higher levels of the parking garage, we could hear it, repeating rifles. We heard it, and we were all quiet like mice in that parking garage. And I saw two types of people. Some people were crouching next to the cars. So you're crouching next to the car, and in a way, this kind of limits what you can see, because you know that a car has, let's just say it's boxy, it has about 4 sides. So you're crouching on one side. Because you are there on one side of the car, you can never see what's on the other side of the car. And you can't even see what's on the other side by leaning down to look, because you're in a crouch. So I saw some people just hiding by the side of the car, but there's some people. They were laying under the car. I call them the serious and committed to staying alive people. These people crawled underneath the cars, and they were laying flat. So they would choose a big car. Obviously, someone has abandoned the car there, and they would go and lay under that car. And the wisdom of laying down flat under the car is that you see the entire parking garage. You may not be able to see people's faces, but if there are any feet approaching from anywhere else, you will peep those feet from a long way away and know feet coming in my direction. I need to roll 3 cars over. So it definitely gives you a better vantage point. And so I was not alone in that parking garage, because I was one of the people who laid flat underneath the car. And from laying flat underneath the car, I could see under all the other cars that had people. I could see quite a way of ways and know, oh, that car has a person under it. Oh, wow, that man is under there with his daughter. And so I saw quite a few people who had the same idea as I did. And the idea was simple. Let me not wait in my apartment for them to kill me. It's a very simple, clear, distilled thought. A lot of people in the city had it. Let me not wait in this apartment for them to kill me. Let me not stay as a sitting duck. Instead, let me go somewhere that fighters won't really think to look. And so there were plenty of people on my floor alone. Maybe I'm on the 6th floor, something like that. There were plenty of people, but what I saw is that nobody was crying. There was nobody crying, and there was nobody having the usual shivering meltdowns that you always see in the movie. Zach, are we gonna? Yeah, people were past that. And just looking at that in the dream told me this war has been on for a while, because that is one of the things that war will do to you. War will sober you right up. It's going to suck all those tears away, all those, this isn't happening to me. Yes, it shall be. It shall be happening. Nobody was having that kind of disintegration. We were also tense, and we were in survival mode, and I didn't see any breakdowns in that parking garage. And that's what told me in my dream, this war didn't start today. What has happened today is that this war has gotten hotter than usual. This war has gotten hotter than usual, or this is the first time that the war that has been happening out there for war has fronts. They always say, I'm going to the front. I'm going to the front. That's where the soldiers are clashing. That's where the two sides are meeting. So the war had either gotten hotter in that area, or it was the first time that the war had moved close enough into that area that people had decided to abandon their homes, and the gunfire was audible.
Anti-coup insurgents were battling the army just 2 weeks before we arrived. In retaliation, more than 20 civilians were lined up against the walls of this monastery and shot. Much of Myanmar is off limits to visitors these days, but the military government did allow us to come here, to Inlay Lake in Shan State. In normal times, one of the country's most popular destinations. It's very quiet now. Interviewing people directly is risky. You can be arrested for saying anything deemed negative. But the boatmen we met told us times had never been harder. We never dreamed it would get this bad, they said. We used to have freedom, then it ended so suddenly.
Well, we've been to several places along the lake, and so far I've seen only 3 other foreigners. For an area that is so dependent on it, the collapse of tourism here has been catastrophic. The economy is in terrible shape, and it's worse than that for the people living around here, because they say they have a deep, abiding loyalty to Aung San Suu Kyi. They don't like the military takeover, although they don't say that openly. And they're worried that the armed groups resisting the military regime are operating closer and closer to the lake. What we need, said one of them, is peace.
But there's little peace in Myanmar.
20 minutes to curfew time on the streets of San Salvador. The last people about scramble onto any open truck that stops. The army here waits for no excuses from people out after the curfew falls. They shoot first. A minister in the ruling junta races past, his bodyguards clenching their weapons. And in the gutter, El Salvador's poor eat anything from the day's rubbish. In these past months, more than a few beggars and drunks have been shot dead as they've staggered homeless through the curfew. By 10 past the curfew hour of 7 p.m, the streets are deserted and the army starts its rounds. Every night, at least 15 people are shot dead in San Salvador alone. Dawn reveals the night's killings. This man shot in the head, his identity papers gone from his back pocket, and his boots stripped from his feet. The army's sign to others that they did it. Passers-by are beginning to accept it as almost normal here. More than 1,200 people died in El Salvador in January, and beyond the indiscriminate killings of drunks, suspected opponents of the ruling junta, like this victim, are simply executed at the roadside. The leftists and the guerrillas they support reply with firebomb attacks like this one, belching black smoke from beneath a bridge. Troops are forced to divert to check what's happening. But the real war is going on beyond the smoke and the city, out in the countryside, large portions of which the guerrillas control. Caught in the crossfire are the refugees, here roughly housed in what was once the Archbishop of San Salvador's garden. Here alone, 1,200 women and children have come to seek refuge from the civil war outside. Some of their fathers and husbands are fighting or have died for the guerrillas. All are desperately poor, and it is they about whom the war is being fought. It is amid this chaos that America is moving. On Sunday, a new chargé d'affaires took up his residence here. The Salvadorian police movements outside bear witness that he is no ordinary envoy. For the new man here is the top political advisor to the US Defense Department on Latin America. Far too senior to be an ambassador, he's here to advise President Reagan on whether he should commit American troops to a civil war in which the guerrillas are already strongly grouped, and who in any such event might call in supporters from sympathizing governments elsewhere, including Cuba. So secretive are the Americans about what they're doing here that the new chargé was literally smuggled in unannounced and has refused so far to be photographed beyond the usual passing moment in his bulletproof, blast-proof Cadillac. 200 yards away at the El Presidente Hotel, further mystery surrounds a number of American military advisors who are currently living here and working with the Salvadorian army. The American embassy admits to 20, but other American sources put it at 80, about the number stationed in Vietnam before the direct American involvement in the war there. American-supplied military equipment is also coming in here at some pace. 6 army helicopters this week alone. Under cover of the nightly curfew, the drone of heavy transport planes can be heard coming into the city's airport. People here are under the firm impression that they too are bringing in heavy armaments, together with an indication that President Reagan has every intention of continuing to support the ruling junta, irrespective of what the daily death toll brings. Jon Snow, News at 10, San Salvador.
Allahu Akbar.
The symbolic Sudanese city of al-Fashir has fallen to paramilitary forces after weeks of intense battles and a brutal 18-month siege. Aid workers and advocates have warned of the humanitarian catastrophe that will unfold if al-Fashir falls to the rapid support forces. So what does their takeover mean for the people of Darfur and the state of the war in Sudan? Around 3,000 people fled al-Fashir on foot as the RSF captured the army garrison in the heart of the city. Some were scattered across fields monitored by RSF drones, and others left in queues, trailed by RSF trucks. Women have been leaving the city in droves for months. Many of them told us in camps in North Darfur that their brothers, sons and husbands were trapped in the city, along with around 260,000 people, forcefully starved and bombarded by the RSF in their long-time effort to capture al-Fashir and cement their control of Darfur, annexing a region the size of France with lucrative gold mines. Thousands of civilians are trapped and face extrajudicial killings and arrests. Harrowing videos are surfacing that show fighters executing people in mass graves. This man in the white scarf has been seen in other instances wearing RSF fatigues. Videos also show the RSF rounding up men of fighting age and accusing them of being a part of the army. The Sudan Doctors Network has said dozens of civilians have been killed in ethnically motivated attacks in the hours after the RSF captured the garrison, in a total telecommunications blackout. Insiders told Sky News that high-level negotiations are underway to secure the safe passage of civilians. But al-Fashir's fall follows the same formula of other RSF takeovers of cities in Darfur. A comms blackout, and then brutal, ethnically motivated attacks on civilians and assassinations of state-aligned commanders. And now, the targeting of civilian journalists like Muammar Ibrahim. Forced to kneel and announce the RSF takeover of al-Fashir after reporting on their siege of his hometown for many months. The RSF, born out of the tribal militias that terrorized Darfur in the early 2000s, have been accused of committing genocide in the region 20 years on. Backed by the United Arab Emirates and taking on the military state that first armed them with more sophisticated weapons than ever before.
When the government goes rogue, it will turn on you. It will go rogue. It will be savage. They will take off their mask, and once you see who they are, you will break out in revolt, but you will be savagely persecuted by them, even to the shedding of blood. And then God says, you have not heard me. You have not heeded me, meaning listened. Heard means you're not even listening. So there are people who don't even listen to stuff like this. They're automatically out there. It's just lies from a lying liar. And the way that she continues with these lies, and God says that you're the category who has not even heard him. You're too good to listen because you know all prophecy in the universe, and this doesn't hit any of the highlights for you. So it's not prophecy. Second group is you have not heeded me. You come to the master's voice and you listen to the prophecies, but because you can't see how it makes sense, you join the first group who do not hear. It is one thing not to hear, but it is a deeper pity to have heard and dismissed and then later find that the information was true, accurate, not only true and accurate in a natural sense, but it was spiritual and from God. But you threw it aside and you called it a lie because you, as a human, couldn't figure out what God, as a non-human, was saying, and so you dismissed it. God says, you have not respected me. This is a large contingent, and it does not need any explanation. You have not honored the word from my mouth. You've listened, and you've actually heard me, but you don't honor the word in that you don't follow it. You don't repent. You don't take it seriously enough to change your life. You continue to live as a Hellcat or a Hail Mary because you think that this stuff that you're hearing is still for a far off time. You think that perhaps you are a child of God and it doesn't affect you because Noah and all that. So there's none of the proper preparations inside you going on, even though you haven't walked away as a non-hearer and you haven't heard and ignored it as a non-heeder. You are even a respecter of God, but you have no honor for the things that he says because honor changes conduct. But God says in the end, you will be silent before him. Very docile. We all know what a docile horse is. It is a horse that has been trained and will now obey its master. He says America will be tamed. America will also be terrified. And in the end, the only voice that will speak in America will be the voice of the Lord. So there are two matters only. And the Lord led me to speak on this, I think about 3 months ago. The prophecy is called Babylon War, Civil War, and things like that. I'll link it in the description. The first thing that the Lord brought up in conversation was because I, Celestial, had an experience about 2 weeks ago. I was walking in my house and I suddenly paused. And my mind was on this civil war. The aspects that I have read out in your hearing, my mind was on the civil war and I paused. And I had a thought along the lines of, can there really be blood in the streets of America? I didn't say, Lord, can there be blood? God, I don't believe you. My heart was saying, these streets that have automated machines that are sweeping them and washing them between 4 and 5 in the morning to keep them clean, like they do in a lot of first world countries. I simply wondered, can blood be on these streets? And the thing with God is, we sometimes forget that he is a very present person. A lot of people struggle to hear God, but I do not have that problem. So the Lord can be very present and I can have a thought and sometimes he won't say anything. He will bring it up days later by starting the conversation on something I said a week ago or 3 days past, and I will be surprised. And it always jerks me back into this understanding. You are always with us, with me. You are always with all of us. God is the silent witness to every single thing that we say. But for most people, because they don't practice his presence, keeping in mind that he's always there when their feet are going off to places feet should not go. When their mouths are saying things mouths should not say. They forget that God is the ever-present witness who sees all and will ask you about it later. But this time his answer was swift. And what I heard him say was there not blood on the streets of Liberia? Was there not blood on the streets of Cambodia? Was there not blood on the streets of Vietnam? And I could not say anything because in Japan's case, there was not only blood, there was fused black shadows and ashes on the streets after America set off the hydrogen bomb on them years ago. So the Lord said that in this prophecy, I should return to something I mentioned 3 years ago. God said that Americans, it is time for you to ask your Liberian friends why they are here. If you know anyone from the nation of Liberia, God said that it's time for you to talk to these people and ask them further details about the brutality of a civil war that ate their country up for nearly 15 years, from 1989 to 1996, the first one, and then from 1999 to 2003, the second one. This conflict was so brutal. It was so embattling of that nation that it actually triggered a second war nearby in Sierra Leone that was equally as brutal. The brutality of that war gave rise to certain aspects. Please listen. People ate other people. Cannibalism was observed, it was suffered, and it was documented in that country. And the Lord has said that it will be the same case here. This is a biblical judgment that Jeremiah and Ezekiel gave the people of Israel, and it was not turned back by God. They indeed ate their children and ate others in a form of madness and desperation that descended on them when God punished them for sins that they would not stop committing. People killed people for any small amount of hidden goods and resources that they had. So you could lose your life simply because you had a little rice stored away, or you had a little this or a little that stored away. You could lose your life if someone with a gun or someone with more power or someone who was jealous handed you over to either guerrilla forces as someone who was hoarding goods. You could be falsely accused of being on any side, and there were multiple sides in that war. You could be falsely accused of being a supporter, and you could lose your life for next to nothing. People were killed for sport. People were killed for fun. Civilians were carved up and they were given terrifying war wounds. And this happened in both Liberia and Sierra Leone. Men, women, and children were raped for no reason. Child brides were taken, just as I have said, that when Russia comes here, Russia will just sleep with whatever woman looks nice to them in the camp prisoner line. And once a Russian soldier takes you, he will be your husband, and he will see you as his wife. None of the other soldiers will touch you. They will know that he's the one who's coming to you regularly to ease his frustrations, and they will not come to you. They will all choose their own person. The Chinese, I have not observed them to act like that. In the visions and dreams that God has shown me, the Chinese turn sex into a business. So they will be looking for women and men and young children across the spectrum, male and female, and they will ship them off to their country, and those people will work in sex brothels. So that is something that I have mentioned here very clearly, and people have heard me say that multiple times. So during the Liberian Civil War, men, women, and children were raped, and sexual molestation was very high. People were snitches. People were snitches. People whispered to whatever faction was near, whether it was the government forces that had gone rogue or the many factions that were part of the war. Over time, they would turn their neighbors over in terror to save their own lives. And I covered that in the prophecy programs, and I covered 3 prophecies like that in one prophecy that I did just a few days ago that is called They Will Have Nothing. So if you want further understanding of many things that I'm speaking of at this moment, you can watch that prophecy. They will have nothing. It's just a few days old. In Liberia, when the tide turned against the government soldiers went rogue, and they pillaged and raped everywhere that they went. They used fear tactics, intimidation tactics. They shot civilians at will because they were no longer under any form of central control. And when I was writing this part late last night, the Lord was impressing upon my heart, do Americans know how it feels when an American soldier comes to the door And instead of feeling the full confidence that you would feel when you see a man operating under the red, white, and blue banner, a man who has taken oaths to serve, protect, to go into the ditches as Navy SEALs, to go into the skies as your pilots, to go into the seas, to go on the ground as your military forces, do you know what it feels to see a son of the soil appear at your house at midnight drunk with 3 of his buddies, and you have a wife and 2 daughters that are over the age of 16? Has anyone considered these things, these facts, these realities that are coming? Are these things shaping your prayer life in any way? Or are you simply someone who has not heard them, you've walked away, someone who does not heed them, you listen, but you don't pay attention, someone who does not respect God? What does all this mean anyway? You can tell your God this and go tell your God that. Constantly, I'm told that. And the last group, people who have no honor for God's words. When you hear these words, are you breaking them down into granular pieces so that they can actually shape the way you see God? God is just. God is perfectly right to judge America. Or are you simply letting these things flow by, and you are not making tactical plans, such as if you are a passportless American, do you not think that it is time to perhaps change that? If you are someone who is a little bit wiser and your family has what it needs, are you seriously praying and fasting before God to understand whether relocation is for you or not for you? And if so, where should that relocation be? I'm not sent to tell you these things. That is not part of what God has me here for. God has me here to present his viewpoint in a very clear fashion. And then after that, he's fully expecting to see your face in the prayer closet on a regular basis until you know how it's going down for you when these things come. When soldiers go rogue, people get hurt, and government will go rogue in America. It will be Americans coming to the door to enforce those death orders that I was speaking about. So all these things that I have said about the pogroms and the overarching controlling government and everything, have you understood by now that that is the beast system coming in to wage war against not only people in this nation, but to even spread out to persecute all the nations and establish that kingdom elsewhere? Because people think it's a situation where either America has to fight herself or it has to be Russia. People cannot conceive that we are in a very long line of dominoes of punishments that will begin to fall one after another, until only the strongest soul who has Christ like a rod in the midst will be able to bear the coming of these things. The Lord said that in Liberia, people were scattered to the 4 directions of the compass, and to this very day, they live in every nation of the world. They are a people who are afraid to go home. Blood ran on the roads of Liberia, Celestial. It was a bloody conflict. CNN sent cameras to Liberia and nothing else. A bloody war, a bloody conflict in Liberia. That is what they said. It was shown all over the world by CNN. How men can be murderers and cannibals of their own brothers and sisters. That war lasted a long time. It displaced more than 1 million people, and it killed 250,000 people. It spilled into nearby Sierra Leone, a war of the same frenzy, the same viciousness, the same rape and massacre. Sierra Leone's war killed nearly 100,000 people and displaced, scattered into the 4 corners of the earth, between 2.4 and 2.6 million people. Those 2 wars alone basically tore up and destabilized the entire West African region for nearly 2 decades. And as God was giving me this, what was coming on my heart is all the many times that he has said, if Canada you don't pray, Mexico you don't pray, America will drag you down with her. If you don't pray that her madness be contained within her borders, the same fever that she has, it will spill over into your borders. Because war is a spiritual dominion first. That thing is enforced by demons. That is why when people start fighting, this bloodlust enters them. It is a blood sport, and demons come and feed off that carnage, and they fuel it. They don't want humans to get a ceasefire. And you can read all these things in Greek mythology, because it is clearly written in the story of the Greek and the Roman gods that they delighted to have Greece against Thrace, against wherever. They delighted to have the territories of men tumbled into war, because they would sit around and gaze from their high position on Mount Olympus and just laugh and laugh and laugh to see human blood flowing over the cobblestones. So this nation, Liberia, is the nation that God says, if you know their people, it is time to ask them what became of them and why God punished them for sin. Because the Lord says that your fate, America, will be just like them. except it will be worse than them. And he says that when you also flee to other places, as blood runs in your streets, and when you see people shooting one another over nothing, just as people asked the Liberians in their new home, what brought you here? What happened? What did you do to make God judge you like this? That is the same way that Americans who survive and flee this war will be asked, what did you people do to make God destroy you like this? And he said that the answer that you should give is sin. The US war will be everywhere. Everyone will be affected. No country will be neutral in the US civil war. This does not mean that anyone is going to intervene. I have said here many times that no matter what happens in America, NATO's not going to do anything. They're not going to intervene. And how the Lord was presenting it to me is, have you seen their tanks? Have you seen their bombs? Have you seen their soldiers? Do other nations have standing armies as wide and as fast and with so many resources as the United States? Can you name for me a country that will dare to come to the US borders and say, we are a peacekeeping force, we're coming in and we're going to make you stop? I was quiet because we all know who supplies the majority of stuff to the United Nations. No one's going to come here. When the government shuts the borders, inside the boxing match will commence and will go on as long or as short as people pray.
I'm very agree with everything you said there, and I think that was important that you brought that up. I want to know about the cannibalism. I've never seen that. What was that experience like?
So it's not like they're eating bones and stuff in front of you in the markets and stuff, but you're hearing the stories constantly of especially the rebels and the corrupt government people that would do that as a fear tactic. And I think it's a part of their culture, man. It really is.
It's a cultural thing.
It is. It's the same thing that comes out. No, I don't think it's a necessity because not everybody does it. Your people that were in positions of power were the ones that did most of it that I'd noticed.
This is like satanic ritualistic shit.
Well, if
the elites are eating other fucking human beings.
Yeah, but they're also just, younger operational types too. They're teaching the kids to do that stuff. So all the shit you see in movies about, the cannibalism in those countries is not on this like you would think like the deepest, darkest little tribes in Africa or in South America only do that. No, normal people that are wearing blue jeans and gold necklaces and run around with AKs and wigs and stuff on are also doing it. It's a part of the culture. It's
holy shit.
Was it the biggest thing?
How do they
there?
do it?
No.
Do they cook it?
I think they just cook it and eat it. Yeah, or eat it raw.
Wow.
Yeah. Not a big expert in that regard, the cannibalism. Even just asking that question makes me want to look back and go, wait a minute, let me dive into that a little bit more.
Yeah.
But it was definitely very apparent, and people would tell you about it. And the excuse where we go, wait, is that satanic? They don't know what that is. I don't think. But I think there's one line, like in that movie Tears of the Sun, when they walk in and they see the mother with the nipple. A thing. They pour cornmeal. We'd find women with cornmeal in their mouths as they're getting suffocated as they're being kids that were rebel soldiers. And they would steal the boys. They would shoot the men, leave the elder alive to tell the story. They'd rape. And
gee,
that's just the rest of the world. That's why it'd be nice if Americans realized what percentage they are of the world. It's very small, and I'll maybe close with that later. But I call it the whole concept. But that's just what they do. That's the best answer when you say, "Who in the fuck would do something like this?" And then the only response is, "It's just what they do." And what drives that? I don't know, but I would be happy to kill every one of those people that do that.
Man,
to these beautiful souls, as all these people, these kids were. People in the villages that we encountered, amazing, absolutely amazing. I'd go back in a heartbeat. Matter of fact, I did. I went back on my own.
You went back there on your own?
Did some contracting work by myself with a client. Yeah.
How are you handling the home life with that?
As far as
son.
Then?
You have a son now?
Yeah.
I mean, how are you? Is this shit coming home?
So this is where things started getting weird in the transition of my life. How did I transition out of the military? Why did I even transition? It was so many years of active duty service at this point.
Get ready with me while I tell you about how my family escaped the Liberian Civil War. Okay, so this is my mom's story. She has like 6 other brothers and sisters that have more stories, but essentially my mom was on her way home from a doctor's appointment. She was pregnant when the war broke out. So Liberia had 2 civil wars from the times of 1989 to 2003, I believe. The war got pretty bad in 1990, and my mom and dad had to evacuate to Guinea. They went first to Sierra Leone, and then they went to Guinea. My dad had family in Gikuru, which is where he's from. At the time they left, my mom was like 6 months pregnant, and they had to spend like over 2 weeks in a refugee camp, like sleeping on the floor every night before they could actually get to Guinea. And the war was pretty bad. I feel like people don't really learn about it here, but it was between 100,000 to 250,000 people that were killed during it and millions displaced. So my parents left Liberia in 1990 and stayed in Gikuru until 1996. And this time they were separated from my mom's side of the family. So all her brothers and sisters, she didn't know where they were, and she didn't know where her mom was, her dad was, anything. Until in 1996, she saw someone she knew from home and asked him to ask around Monrovia, Liberia, if he knew where her family was. It's so crazy because back then you couldn't write a letter, you couldn't call people, you literally just had to ask around and hope somebody had seen your family. Thankfully, the man asked around, and they found out that my grandmother and most of my family had come to America. They had moved to East Tennessee. This was the first time my mom had talked to her family or been able to like hear from them in almost 7 years. It's so crazy to think about because my parents weren't that much older than me when all of this was happening. My grandmother was able to send money to help us get to Ghana and start our paperwork to come to America, and we lived in Ghana for about a year before we were able to get the process going. And then me, my mom, and my sisters were able to come to America the end of 1998. So to recap, the war started in 1989, got really bad in 1990, and we didn't come to America till 1998. So that was almost like 10 years of my mom not being able to see her family, her brothers, sisters, parents, all this while navigating a civil war, 3 kids under the age of 7, and just going country to country and trying to find your way out. I think it's important to share these stories because I feel like people don't really think about the effects of war. Like I said, 100 to 250,000 people killed, millions displaced, and me and my family were the lucky ones. We had my dad who lived in Guinea that we could go to his family. We had family that had come to America already that could help us with the process, but a lot of people don't have that. And that's not even getting into the psychological effects of, running and, hiding all the time and being fearful for your life. I think it's important to share the story because oftentimes during war, the people most affected are innocent civilians, and their stories always go unshared. I encourage you to just have a little bit of compassion. These are real people and real stories.
Coming to America, being a refugee from another country.
April 6, 1996. I'll never forget, I was in school in Liberia, and we heard someone screaming from outside the gate, "The rebels are coming! The rebels are," meaning like the soldiers are coming. It's almost like you're on Broad Street and someone's saying they're downtown Providence, but they're running. They're like dipping. Running. Like one of my neighbors, her family had money, so they sent the houseboy to come pick her up in a pickup truck.
Wow.
So I jumped in. You could see the rebels transitioning towards where we was at.
Yeah.
Like shooting, going crazy. So it went back to my neighborhood. The rebels come. They knock the door. They go in the house. We left, and we started walking. There's a ship leaving Liberia.
Yeah.
Before that ship could leave, they're throwing people on the ship. Throwing. I remember I reached my last grip and I got on it. So we was lost in the ocean for like 10 days. It was sinking too. And people were dying. They were throwing people overboard on docking in Ghana. And we transitioned to a refugee camp they had ready for us.
Today is April 12th, which marks 43 years since the Liberian coup. During the night hours on April 12, 1980, Sergeant Doe would execute President William Tolbert in the executive mansion. This was later followed by the execution of members of his cabinet. But who was behind this coup? Background information. During World War II, Liberia would provide a base for military operations for the Allies, as well as be the last major source of rubber. Without the rubber from Liberia, the United States would not have been able to produce enough vehicle and aircraft tires, medical equipment, and shoes to win World War II and defeat the Axis powers. After World War II, instead of thanking Liberia for the role they played, the U.S. decided to further economically exploit the country. It established a CIA regional headquarters there, which would be used to spy throughout the continent, and where U.S. propaganda outlet Voice of America in Africa was stationed. That all changed under President William Tolbert, who ruled the country from 1971 until his assassination in 1980. He was described as a radical, a leftist, and he was not in support of American Cold War policies. He was seen as an irritant to the American establishment. What did President Tolbert do to earn this title? He pushed Liberia to become economically self-reliant. He pushed for free education. He pushed for free healthcare. He pushed for social security and welfare programs. He prevented Firestone and other foreign corporations' ability to take advantage of Liberia's natural resources. He pushed for African unity. He cut ties with the state of Israel. And he established an agreement with Presidents Touré of Guinea and Senghor of Senegal to create an African OPEC where they would consolidate Africa's natural resources. The United States government did not like that, so they decided to do a propaganda smear campaign against him. They started funding the Progressive Alliance of Liberia, a pseudo-left-wing anti-Marxist organization that was founded by Liberian students in the United States. William Tolbert's brother mysteriously died in a helicopter crash. Leonard DeShields, chief protocol prior to 1980, said that the rice riots of 1979 were carefully orchestrated, intended to force Tolbert out of office. Weeks before, foreign mercenaries slipped into Liberia and planted anti-Tolbert stories. They even were spilling fake blood to make it seem that Tolbert was being cruel. When Doe comes to power, he embraces neoliberal reforms and private investments, and Reagan's ambassador called him an endearing boy. Doe would also help orchestrate the assassination attempt on Muammar Gaddafi.
Really about the war, how it started, and how the West had heavy influence on one of West Africa's bloodiest civil war. All know for one, the West hates Pan-Africanist leaders. Gaddafi, Tolbert, Taylor, may I go on. January 3rd, 1944, William Tubman became president of Liberia, and he was president until about 1971. So Tubman was president for about 20 years, and in my personal opinion, he did not do anything substantial for Liberia. He was president for a very long time, but there wasn't any significant development within the country. During Tubman's regime, he built very close ties with the Western world. So him, Edwin Barclay, Kwame Nkrumah, the first president of Ghana, and I think one other person were the first African head of states to be invited by the White House. So before them, there was no African head of state that was invited to the White House. So they were the first, which is actually pretty cool because y'all be playing with us. Was Nigerian president first? No. So Nigerian people, y'all keep calling us Alife. So boom, Tubman kicks the bucket, he dies, his vice president Tolbert takes over. Now, the beginning of Liberia's problem started from Tolbert's presidency. Tolbert was not a bad president. It was because he was a Pan-Africanist leader and the West hated that. So from Tolbert's regime, so forth, it just went, yeah, our country just started to go down. You will see that every time an African leader tries to talk Pan-Africanism and unity, they get, I didn't say it. But also, what's really crazy to me is how Liberia is slowly becoming a victim to neocolonialism, and we're bringing in China and we're trying to build diplomatic ties with China. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do that, but I think we're not learning from history. And we have to realize at a certain point, Africa has no friends. Liberia has no friends. Africa, people will never put the interests of Africans on top of their country. The Western world, the only thing that they want from Africa is to exploit us and to loot us and to benefit themselves. They will never try to help us or to unify us as a continent. So I really don't understand why we keep falling for this trap. America is not our friend. Europe is not our friend. Asia is not our friend. Africa has no friends. The only way that we are going to prosper as a continent is when we start talking unity and we become unified and we start helping each other and we break down things like ECOWAS, because clearly, as we can see, very heavily Western influenced. Okay, so boom. In the 1970s, Tolbert led the Liberian True Whig Party, and he introduced reforms like free healthcare, social security, progressive taxes, and so forth. His vision really focused on lifting Liberians economically and socially, and a lot of people, and this is relative to everyone, a lot of people could consider Tolbert as the best president that we had in Liberian history. So in 1926, Firestone, an American rubber company, has secured a 99-year lease on 1 million acres, which is about like 10% of Liberia's arable land. And they secured that at just 6 cents per acre. So they were paying 6 cents per acre. 1 million acres, 6 cents per acre. So this deal gave Firestone almost exclusive rights over Liberia's rubber industry. Firestone became Liberia's largest exporter and employer, and this really increased U.S. influence over the government. So when Talbert came in power, Talbert criticized Firestone and a lot of other foreign corporations for basically exploiting Liberia's resources, and the Liberian people were benefiting little to nothing. And we're seeing that happen right now with the Chinese miners that are exploiting our land and polluting our waters with mercury and doing illegal mining and taking our resources, and the government is doing nothing about it. This is why we say those who fail history are doomed to repeat it. During Firestone days, Talbert warned that Firestone was steadily depleting our resources and was also polluting our environment. Okay, now we're seeing that happen with the Chinese people. They're polluting our environment, they're depleting our resources, and they're exploiting our people. So just before Talbert's death, it was rumored that he teamed up with President Sekou Touré and Leopold Senghor to create an African commodity cartel that basically aimed to regulate mineral prices and regulate outputs like OPEC. If you don't know what OPEC is the basically organization of petroleum exporting countries. So it's all the countries that export petroleums in the world. There's an organization called OPEC. So Talbert and his allies really envisioned an economic system that promoted African sovereignty but also challenged Western dominance in Africa. To counteract all of this, the Carter administration offered $100 million to Liberia for social programs, but in return, they wanted access to intelligence bases and they wanted access to our airport, Robertsfield. So the Americans wanted a major base in order to monitor Libya's Gaddafi. And one thing that people do not know is Liberia was actually a CIA listening post during the Cold War. There are rumors that up to now, Liberia is still listening CIA posts. That's not confirmed. I don't know. Like what it was saying. Now, Talbert had ruffled some feathers because he refused to give the Carter administration 24-hour access to Robertsfield Airport, and he also called for African unity, and he was actually a pallbearer at Kwame Nkrumah's funeral, the Ghanaian's first president. And the last thing that Talbert did that pissed the American people off, during the Yom Kippur War, Talbert severed ties with Israel. We all know that American people don't play about the Israel business. As we can see, they're currently funding a genocide in Palestine. Now, we all know you do not sever ties with Israel. The American people's like, no. This man talking too much sovereignty. He talking too much Pan-Africanism. Now he severed ties with Israel. Like, what is he on? Now, in 1973, when Talbert severed diplomatic ties with Israel, this was said to be one of his greatest foreign policy mistakes. Talbert was the first president to really break away from his pro-Israel stance, and he aligned Liberia with more Arab countries, and he wanted to align Liberia with the non-allied movement. And Talbert's break away from Israel signaled a deeper shift because during the Cold War, Israel was a very key U.S. ally. Talbert began building ties with Cuba, Libya, the Soviet Union, Arab countries, and we all know they're not very fond of America. He also really fought to protect Liberia's natural resources, and he wanted to limit the influence of companies like Firestone. And when he started to shift away from American policies, he was labeled as anti-American, radical, leftist. They love to label us as radical. Now, in 1975, something suspicious happens. Stephen Talbert, who was Liberia's finance minister at the time, which was also Talbert's brother, was a key ally to the Talbert's administration. It was said that there was no Talbert without his brother. Talbert and his brother were Ghanaian and egg. In 1975, the man dies in a very suspicious plane crash. This plane crash was widely reported by Nigerian press, and it was also believed to be orchestrated in order to weaken Talbert's regime, and this was right ahead of the coup, so you see, we're getting there. Although a government investigation along with U.S. support found no proof of foul play, Stephen's adopted son said that his death marked the beginning of the end of President Talbert's regime. And he said, and I quote, he said, "My dad helped the president a lot with security. He watched his back. To get President Talbert out the way, you have to get Stephen out the way first." Talbert's refusal to grant the Americans around-the-clock access to Robertsfield Airport was honestly a major source of contention, along with him severing ties from Israel. And reportedly, Reportedly, his family said that Talbert told the Americans that they would get access over his dead body. So they said, okay, we will get access over your dead body.
We must equally insist on full recognition and respect for the national rights of the Palestinian people by the State of Israel, especially their right to self-determination and a state of their own. Israel must withdraw from all occupied Arab territories.
So today we're going to talk about Sierra Leone's civil war. This war was so full of atrocities that it caused a lot of people to lose limbs. It killed babies. It killed the old. It caused millions to be displaced from their home and go into refugee camps. And it destroyed the country as a whole. So the war first started in Liberia in the early 1990s. It spilled into Sierra Leone. So the rebel group in Liberia was led by Charles Taylor, and Charles Taylor joined forces with the Revolutionary Upfront Group in Sierra Leone. The rebel group in Sierra Leone was ran by Fude Sanko. The Revolutionary Upfront Group in Sierra Leone participated in this war because they were upset with the government because the government was so corrupt that they were like, oh, we need to change the government. We need a change in our country. And that's why they started the war.
It's narrow phenom. Then because almost connect and jungle, I saw me cookie. I took woman, give woman and told me more toko. So by so you start so mental pound a killer. Kaya attitude of market. Kadifan. So team something like but so team almost connect at like some matamodi. And attention to the same some connect. Eh, scoba and go back to scobanka dear. So oban there. So start pamuka. Kata kiyo mo temerkenta. Kan komandanga sangkana suka masih difko. Ako nem begbele ke pasi buka kolle kata ko. Usman tap da bung ni kat tap kata. Tema staff power check or subukai. Angi mas nangkai. Lama mas pudiri. Masih makan ada cakap koki kan mas baci. Sebentar hema fentai. Cuma mafina mamde so secirnga. Kalau masarane sebut secirnga kalane. Siangaya tetoko koko bes angkalane. Semua cinga momo. Lalas. So ni sopi saliro terus itulah kaku. Aje pun ada forgive me. Because mina so me mama mtala bo pun. Temen nim saya jelas sangi pula neng jenis ni memela upa pingga memela div. Memela yo matebe. Long mereka ni mau bukan je kebutuhan. Kaya malas buku fumpre tiap fun. Ingat tu dia fun tentu lepas kuru karam kiram do hospital le kama kau rami matane. Kuru mine was mi mama mtai layo ku kau ni. Kuru ni so masih bame kuru tangkas me. Tiso kala de meram.
What if I told you that the most beautiful thing in the world became the fuel to one of the most deadliest wars in history? This is what happened to Sierra Leone. A West African nation sitting on about 4 billion worth of diamonds became the center of an 11-year nightmare, where diamonds that normally bring prosperity did nothing but bring hell. The year is 1991. Sierra Leone was a paradise. Tropical beaches, lush mountains, and some of the highest quality of diamonds the world had ever seen. Sitting on billions worth of dollars of natural resources. but soon that paradise would come to an end. What would happen next would be unforeseen. Not only shock the world, but change modern day warfare. We have to start with the Revolutionary United Front, the RUF, led by Foday Sankoh, a former wedding photographer turned warlord. These guys wasn't only looking for political change, they were looking to have control of the diamond field, and they did anything to make sure that happened. Mass killing in over 100 villages, having child soldiers as young as 7, not only drugged or forced to kill their families, but they had one brutal tactic, a tactic that was so unforeseen, a tactic that has psychological trauma on a generation to come. It was called, do you want a long sleeve or a short sleeve? Meaning, do you want us to cut your arm from the wrist or the elbow? Over 20,000 people's limbs got amputated. This wasn't just a random act of violence. This was a psychological warfare designed to traumatize and force the entire population into submission. They would force children as young as 7 to watch their own family members' hands and limbs get amputated and force those same kids to become child soldiers. But hear what makes this story insane. The world was complicit. Those same diamonds those kids and families were dying for would end up in stores in New York, Paris and London. The Breeze, the largest diamond company, would be buying diamonds from Sri Lanka at the height of the war, at the height of the violence. Blood Diamonds wasn't just funding the violence. International diamond traders were literally profiting from human suffering, and they would still claim that they had no idea where these diamonds were coming from. By the time the world started paying attention to what was happening in Sri Lanka, 70,000 people were already dead, 2.5 million people displaced, almost half of the entire population, 10,000 child soldiers turned into killing machines, whole villages wiped off the map, a whole generation traumatized, for a bunch of rocks buried in the ground. But this story isn't just about greed and violence, but this is about how a nation refused to be broken.
I felt guilt for having survived.
We are in the West African country of Sierra Leone. 20 years ago, an 11-year brutal civil war came to an end.
By the time I was 13, I'd been recruited to fight in the government army.
What we experienced is the trauma.
And then that was the night that I got raped by him.
Estimated that around 10,000 children participated in that war. We pretend like it didn't happen.
Think about social, personal spaces, the way people view women, the way people view relationships. All of those things had dysfunctionalities.
Okay, quick story time about the time that I survived a civil war in Sierra Leone. I was like 5 or 6 at that time, and I don't remember a lot about it because I was so young, so I will tell you the things that I do remember. And the first thing that I remember is that at night, you know, our bathrooms were like outside. They were separate from the home. And I remember going outside to go use the bathroom at night. And then as I was walking back to my house, I just saw my dad like running towards me, like running full speed. And mind you, everybody in the house was asleep when I left. And so as I'm walking back, I'm like, why is my dad like, why is he up and why is he running? So my dad picks me up. We run in the house. Everybody is like awake now. My mom, my little sisters, my older sisters, everybody's packing and all that stuff. And so we pack like whatever stuff that they can. And then we start walking through our backyard. And, you know, we were doing pretty well for ourselves. So we had cars. And I was asking my dad, like, why can't we take any of the cars? And my dad was like, because the rebels will see us. And I'm like, rebels? Like, what is he talking about? And so we're at war. My mom had told me, she was like, as we were walking, there was a time that we lost you, but we found you. I was like, okay, cool. She also told me that there was one time we had stopped in a town to rest. And I was crying so much in this town. One night I was crying. I was like, the rebels are coming. The rebels are coming. Like, I'm scared, Mom. I'm scared. And somebody in that town came and knocked on where my mom was staying. Like, you take this child that keeps screaming and the rest of your kids and leave because she's going to get us unalive because she's being so loud. My mom was irritated. She was annoyed, but she was like, fine, me, your dad, we packed up all of y'all and we left because you wouldn't stop crying. And the moment that we left that town, she was like, as we were walking away, we could hear gunshots and, you know, smoke and fire. She was like, everybody that was in that town was unalived. And we left because you were crying, so praise the Lord. And she was like, there's another time, there was like a soldier who had come amongst like our mix, like our group of people who were walking. And she was like, he was, you know, wanting to play with all the kids, and you did not want to deal with him. Like, you wanted nothing to do with him at all. And, you know, come to find out later on that he was a soldier in the rebel army trying to come and recruit kids and take kids. And, you know, you stayed away from him. And so I say all that to say, like, if I'm not supporting the genocide in Gaza, it's because I know a war. I know what it's like to wake up in your life be completely different. I know what it's like to be a refugee, to be then, separated from your parents.
The man opened the door with his shoes. He had an AK-47 on his chest, with a flashlight in his hand, with a revolver. He flashed in my face, and I got the shock of the gun, the bullet. I not hear the sound. I turned around the door and fell on the ground. I vomited 3 times. The blood was coming from my chest, from the side, and from my mouth. Then I know that I was going to die. But I gave a short prayer. I said, Lord Jesus, I know I'm a dead man. But before I go to my mansion in heaven, please increase the clutch system in my body so I can see my family in the morning and say goodbye before I give up the ghost. I was struggling, and I felt the bones were creasing each other on the side where the bullet went through my body and hit the window in my bedroom. There was blood all over the room. The rebel came inside, drew me by my leg, and took what I had in my pocket. As I said, clearing the house. They were shooting in the ceiling of the house. They went to every room in our house. They moved the things and took the mattresses. And each time they would come and flash in my face. But when they come, I keep very quiet. I hold my breath so they won't give me a second shot. Because if they were going to give me a second shot, they will fire my head and finish me. So I lay down as a dead person. Then one of them said, after we clear the house, we'll burn the house and let this power get burnt in the house. I had that. I thank the Lord because I was conscious all through this experience. They were there for nearly 2 hours in the house. They went from room to room. And each room they go, they shoot in the air. All the neighbors that were around the house, my house, the neighbors, they ran that night. They say, oh, Pa Hudson, Pa Sise, in Kiriol, they don't finish him. They don't shoot foot him in the house. They don't kill him. So make we all run, go in the bush. So all people around, they went away. After some time, I had a study vehicle, and they took off from my house. After some time, I called the boys that were were sleeping with me. I had no voice. I called the neighbors. I said, Sule, nobody. So I dragged myself and went to the bed and took the pillow, put it on my side, where the blood was just going out like a stream. So I was there for some time, on to the morning. The boys came. I said, go to the farm and tell my wife that I was shot yesterday. So they came running. My wife was afraid to go in the room because those that saw the room, they said as if that they killed a cow, the blood, there was a pool of blood in the bedroom. And even the bed where I laid myself. So they took me out. They were washing the blood from me. Reverend Erike Kagbo came. I was not even able to see people because I had lost a lot of blood. Erike Kagbo told me, Hudson, please, when you go to heaven, greet Pabai Bangura, Pabai Mature, and the MP batch. I told him, I said, okay. I said, thank you. I said, but pray for me. Because they know that I was going to die. Because the way they saw me, they did not know that I was going to live. So they took me to a school around Pakombo's house. There was no vehicle in Makeni, no medicine. All the pharmacies were looted. The hospital was looted. The doctors ran away. So my son-in-law, Sil Kamara, brought a wheelbarrow and put some piece of boards on the wheelbarrow. They laid me there and took me to a school where one Mr. Gabriel Kuruma gave me first aid. He stitched me on the side where the bullets came out, inside and outside, raw. I was crying like a baby. This was really painful. But I thank the Lord because he did a good job. But I praise God that God answered my prayers. Now I'm feeling very fine. I praise God for that.
You can find a witness for this information in the prophecy that I recently did called technology and tracking in America, where I shared that the Lord showed me how men in black uniform will come directly to your door and tell you, so and so, you are found guilty of doing this, doing that, disturbing the peace, inciting religious bigotry, and you are guilty and will be put to death. You won't get read any rights. You will never have access to a lawyer. Your one phone call will be a myth. They will take you immediately from that place and execute you. And this is what I saw. The orders were printed. They would go into an out tray, and then men dressed from head to toe in black SWAT gear would come by this office. So I saw these men come in, and they would lean on the secretary's desk for a while, and they would even have chats. They would pull up this visor. They have this motorcycle helmet type of headgear that has a black visor, and when they're wearing it, they just look like Knight Rider or something. They would pull up the visor, and you would see that these are just ordinary men. They would chat with these women for a while, and then they would grab a big fistful of the death orders and go out and enforce them. And the armed forces went out night and day to the addresses that were provided, information that the government already has on almost every single person living here. They would go out to these addresses and they would take people away night and day based on whatever that order said, and you would be put to death. I saw in this dream that you could die for incredibly small things, literally anything under the sun. The next thing that I saw in this dream was that corporations were assisting the government in these killings. So the major US corporations, especially those that we know as tech giants, the ones who are rolling in the multiple billions at the moment, these in home goods, in finance, car companies, etc., they were helping and greatly assisting the government with these killings. That's because you know that most governments, but especially this one, for quite a few decades, has no actual money, but corporations do. And I saw that because of their unlimited resources, they were incredibly free to lend themselves to helping the government. I will not name the companies that I saw. If you're interested in that detail, you can go to the Master's Voice. The link to this prophecy will be below, and you can read it for yourself. These corporations will have private armies. They will have private armies, and God has already showed me 2 of them, and that they will have specially designed uniforms, private armies. I'm not talking about a few mercenaries that the corporation can hire and say, go and do this, go and do that. The corporations in this nation, whether you believe it or not, had standing armies in this future time, and they were able to send the armies out, train these soldiers themselves, equip them, give them uniforms that usually had the logo of the company on it, and send them out to arrest people and put them to death. In the prophecy, technology, and tracking in America, I was actually arrested by a corporation. It was not the government that came to get me. It was the private army of a particular company. And so these corporations were assisting Obama in killing people, and these rich companies were instrumental in hauling people to the death camps, which were very full, and killing them. So the feeling all throughout the dreams is when people or nations are rewarded for spying and for selling information. It was like when Animal Farm reached that pivotal point where everybody was turning against everybody to preserve life. It was also like Nazi Germany. I've spoken of that in multiple prophecies at the Lord's instruction, that the Germany that people think has been put away and is part of antiquity, a horrible time that the world had to endure. God says that a new Nazi regime will arise in America, and it will be worse. It will be worse than anything that we thought we saw in history. And in fact, the socialist nation that will arise in this nation, the communism that will arise in this nation, will shock people who have traditionally believed in the strong Western liberal values of the United States. And so people will sell one another, snitch on one another, and then feel incredible guilt at how low they have fallen for the reward that the government will be offering you to turn on your neighbor. I saw that there will be public style executions in this country. You may or may not believe these things, but the Lord is revealing these things, that those who live in this nation will preserve their lives. And listen to the Lord Jesus Christ. There will be so much killing in America. This is what God said to me in this dream, that the streets will run red with blood, literally and figuratively. So in the dream, I saw myself walking, and in some places where I walked, there was fresh red blood glittering on the tarmac because of killings that had just happened there a few moments before. But there were other places where the blood had stayed on the road so long that it turned to this black tarry substance, and you simply had to avoid these huge patches of fresh or dried blood when you were walking. Public executions in America, like during the times of Salem, like during America's historical witch hunting years. And yet God said, for all those atrocities that happened, where people were burned at the stake and people were hung on accusations of being witches and warlocks, he said that it will be nothing compared to this. And as these public style executions take place, little children will be made to watch. They will be told to watch and not cry, because that they need to understand how important it is to be loyal to the state. Children will be told how important it is not to be rebellious, and that the killings will serve as a warning to all those who will get ideas. In the dream, this is what God was saying. These killings are to warn the people when they get ideas. And so to people who
our new arrivals report of widespread ethnically and politically motivated killing, indiscriminate violence affecting in particularly the most vulnerable. We have accounts of people with disabilities who were executed, who were killed as they were unable to flee. But we also hear people that are trying to leave the city and manage to get out of the city, but on the way they're caught up and they are also being shot for unknown reasons. The protection concerns and the protection needs are tremendous. We see constant violations of international human rights law, of international humanitarian law. People report the killings, arrest and detention, very often tortured in detention, but also looting, extortion, and then in particularly affecting women and children, the gender-based violence, rape, and recruitment of children into armed forces. The impact of the huge destruction of civilian infrastructure, markets, hospitals, schools, as well as private properties of people. Houses have been ransacked and burned down. This in addition to the very serious violations of human rights law.
If you take away the Soviet Union and its chief proxy, the PLO, international terrorism would collapse.
If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. Obviously, we'd like to see a regime change, at least I would, in Iran, just as I would like to see in Iraq. The question now is a practical question. What is the best place to proceed? It's not a question of whether Iraq's regime should be taken out, but when should it be taken out? It's not a question of whether you'd like to see a regime change in Iran, but how do it...
Are there any other nations that you would recommend that the United States launch preemptive attacks upon at this point?
The answer is categorically yes. The two nations that are competing with each other, who will be the first to achieve nuclear weapons, is Iraq and Iran. But a third nation, by the way, is Libya as well. Libya is trying very rapidly to build an atomic bomb capability. So you have here now three nations. All stand together.
The goal was not to level the place, but to minimize damage to property, and most important of all, to minimize casualties, and that was accomplished.
My daughter did not belong to any group. She had nothing to do with Noriega. She was innocent. She had nothing to do with all of this, and they killed her.
In the months following the invasion, Panamanians were shocked to discover the existence of mass graves where hundreds, perhaps thousands of bodies were hastily dumped into pits and buried by U.S. troops.
There was a report of what some were calling a mass grave, which I think is a term that is imprecise.
No, I didn't say we had any mass burials. There was one case of some number, but I cannot quote to you that number.
To date, there have been 15 mass graves that have been identified throughout Panama. The United States military was directly responsible for the killings of the men, women, and children that are in these mass graves and for their burial. These mass graves exist throughout Panama, and some are believed to be on U.S. military bases, which creates a difficulty in terms of access to these mass graves.
Among these corpses, we found many young people, 15, 16, 18 years old. We found people in their 60s and in their 70s. We found people killed by a shot to the back of their heads, dead with their hands tied, dead with casts on their legs or arms.
Although the Pentagon insists that no more than 516 Panamanians were killed, they do concede that over 75% of those killed were civilians. Families of the victims continue to demand a full accounting of the missing and the dead.
Who has the right to determine how many people should be killed in an invasion? I think if one person got killed in an invasion that is illegal, that it violates all principles of human rights, the number of people, the quantity, the figures, if it's 10,000 or if it's one, is irrelevant. The issue that innocent people were killed. A lot of people die. Too many people die.
Four strikes, obliterating 4 boats so far, with over 20 dead.
You don't kill the crew. That's murder.
What is happening between the U.S. and Venezuela?
There's a lot of fear within the regime.
And is it legal?
All you have to do is look at the cargo like it's spattered all over the ocean.
Let's back up. Relations between Venezuela and the United States have been in a bad spot for a while now. Washington blames the country for an influx of drugs and criminals, led by a president they consider the head of a drug cartel connected to a vast cocaine smuggling conspiracy.
Today I'm here to talk about the former Maduro regime.
During Trump's first term, Maduro was indicted, with the U.S. offering a $15 million reward for his capture.
Nicolas Maduro is an indicted drug trafficker in the United States, and he's a fugitive of American justice.
They're the enemies of all humanity. For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military.
Nicolas Maduro Moro, presidente.
Last summer, in an election international observers say was rife with fraud, President Nicolas Maduro was elected for a 3rd term on a slim majority and acted quickly to crack down on critics.
There's been a record number of...
Cristal Picon is one of those forced to flee. The Venezuelan journalist is now living in exile.
This has been a year of unprecedented repression, not just 2025, but since mid-2024.
Today we're moving forward.
But September 2nd, in the middle of a U.S. Space Command press conference, marked a dramatic escalation.
We just over the last few minutes, literally shot out a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat.
Well, what we saw on September 2nd was a remarkable change in the way that force is used in countering drug smuggling and narcotics at sea.
Philip Drew would know. He's a former intel officer and lawyer with the Canadian Armed Forces.
If you are not at war, you cannot use lethal force as a first measure against anybody. We are at peace. Drug smugglers are criminals. As with any other criminal, we can't just kill them because we see them.
But after declaring the Venezuela gang Tren de Agua a foreign terrorist organization, the president doesn't see suspected drug smugglers as criminals, but rather as narco-terrorists.
Changing the name of something does not change its legal status.
Drew, who has been on drug intercept missions, says there are strict procedures.
If there is no flag on that vessel, then you have a right to approach to board. If you find illicit narcotics on that vessel, you can seize those narcotics and or arrest the crew. You don't kill the crew. That's murder.
While Trump boasts traffic on the water has slowed,
There are no boats out there. Not even fishing boats. They don't want to go fishing. I don't blame them. There'll be no fishing today.
a growing American armada is gathering in the Caribbean Sea.
It's unusual for us to have this much force off of Latin America. That's pretty much unprecedented.
Retired Navy Captain Bradley Martin says the U.S. is ratcheting up its presence with a Marine Expeditionary Unit.
And that's 3,000 Marines who are capable of doing a lot of different things. There are also F-35s being placed in Puerto Rico, and there are a number of destroyers.
As someone who has served in these kind of situations and felt that responsibility of the men under your command and the people that you are targeting, I wonder how you feel about this use of military force in this situation.
Certainly, it's a big change. I think we would be better served by having an explicit, like a congressional authorization to do this.
With reports the U.S. is now considering targeting sites inside Venezuela, the president is keeping his options open.
We'll see what happens with Venezuela. Venezuela has been very dangerous.
And now, according to reports, a memo sent to Congress states the U.S. is in an armed conflict with drug cartels it considers unlawful combatants, while Venezuela's president is already mobilizing militias and holding emergency response drills. This is far from the first American adventure in Latin America. As forces gather in the region, some see it as reminiscent of what happened in Panama in 1989, when the death of an American soldier led to a U.S. invasion and the surrender of General Manuel Noriega, who Americans ultimately convicted of drug trafficking. That time, it was Noriega who declared war first. But as the U.S. ramps up the pressure, Maduro is cracking down on dissent.
Well, the most important, say, slogan or motto of the Maduro regime lately has been doubting is treason, dudar is traición. So pressure is not only on the opposition that has been persecuted for the past 13, 14 months, but also on people within Chavismo that are scared.
So as America rewrites the rules, questions remain about the future for both countries. Is there a danger of this developing into a quagmire?
There's always a danger of things developing into a quagmire when you go into a place thinking that you're going to come out with a decisive result.
If Maduro is removed from power, one way or another, what will that mean for the situation of Venezuela?
People do want Maduro removed. That's the thing. And I think it would be well perceived if the US finally does it. The thing is that most people don't think about the day after and how complicated that day after can be.
And as the US and the newly named Department of War focuses on unshackling its warriors,
no more politically correct and overbearing rules of engagement.
Some worry about the effect on the rule of law.
If you strip away the law, you strip away our humanity. You strip away those fundamental beliefs that we hold. I'm going to use an analogy here. Now, Bonnie and Clyde robbed an awful lot of banks, but it didn't make bank robbery legal. International law is not created by unilateral actions by a state that is going rogue.
So there is a major escalation happening in Venezuela right now, and the U.S. is very close to carrying out military action inside the country. I don't think most Americans realize how close we are to war right now, so let me break down the latest. The Pentagon is deploying its largest and most advanced aircraft carrier to the Caribbean, accompanied by a cruiser, 5 destroyers, and around 90 aircrafts. Let me put it this way, 14% of the Navy's entire fleet is now in the Caribbean. The U.S. conducted its 10th deadly boat strike this morning in the region, but as Trump said publicly this week, the U.S. is looking to strike on land as well. And if you remember, a couple of weeks ago, we learned that Trump authorized covert CIA action in Venezuela. U.S. troops are expected to deploy to Trinidad and Tobago this weekend for a 5-day visit full of, quote, military exercises. That's right off the coast of Venezuela, by the way. A person close to the White House told Semaphore that Trump will coordinate military actions in Venezuela with Congress, quote, when Maduro's corpse is in U.S. custody. Maduro delivered a speech earlier where he delivered this message to Trump.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace, forever, forever, forever. Peace forever.
So let's make no mistake here. Regime change is the goal, and it looks like the U.S. is going to do everything to make sure that that happens. Spread the word and follow for more.
Every one of those boats that gets knocked out is saving 25,000 American lives.
The Trump administration says dozens have been killed in a series of strikes on boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific, and it claims they were carrying drugs and narco-terrorists to the United States. But it hasn't provided any proof of this. So, where does Trump get his 25,000 American deaths figure from? Well, we asked the White House, and they couldn't say. The US government has released footage of boats being destroyed, but it doesn't say exactly what drugs were on board or what type, making it difficult to assess Trump's claim. There's also no way of knowing how many lives are saved by these drug interceptions. For context, nearly 74,000 people died in the US from drug overdoses in the year up to April 2025. That's equivalent to about 3 intercepted drug boats, according to Trump's own figure. Opioids like fentanyl were involved in the majority of these deaths, and Trump has claimed one boat from Venezuela was carrying fentanyl when it was hit. But US authorities say fentanyl is primarily produced in Mexico and comes over the border into the US. Experts say these attacks could be breaking international law. Even so, Trump is showing no sign of stopping.
You said time for Maduro to go.
Yeah.
That sounds a lot like regime
Yeah,
change.
it is.
Are you talking about troops on the ground?
I'll let the president speak to that. I'm talking about a briefing that would expand military operations potentially from the sea to the land. It is time for Maduro to go. It was time for Ortega to go. The Monroe Doctrine has been robustly applied by President Trump. So these military assets are moving forward to deal with a country that's got blood on its hands when it comes to Americans by flooding our country with drugs from Venezuela and Colombia. So I hope Maduro would leave peacefully, but I don't think he's going to stay around much longer. I think President Trump is tired of Venezuela being used as a staging platform to poison America.
One of the many troubling aspects about these lethal attacks in the Caribbean against supposedly drug-dealing boats. Now, we don't know that because unlike our counterterrorism programs, the Congress is not being told who were on these boats, how they were identified, what the intelligence was. Totally different thing. Congress is being told nothing on this, and that's okay, apparently, with the Republican majorities in the House and the Senate. It's not okay with me. I'm going to leave a little bit of a crack in the door here because, again, the White House has not shared what they believe their legal justification is. They did put out a memo. I will tell you that based on what I know now and the reading of that memo, these are illegal killings. They are illegal killings because the notion that the United States, and this is what the administration says is their justification, is involved in an armed conflict with any drug dealers, Venezuelan drug dealers, is ludicrous. It wouldn't stand up in a single court of law.
They say they've designated them as terrorists.
It doesn't matter.
Therefore,
It doesn't matter. There's
use
lots of people who have been designated terrorists. That does not automatically give the authority to take lethal action. So their legal justifications are laughable. And again, unless they want to share more than what they've shared with me, these are illegal killings. And what amazes me about that is that the president, of course, thanks to this very compliant Supreme Court, has been given absolute immunity. But what about the Secretary of Defense? What about the deputy? What about everybody else in that chain of command, right on down to the guy who's pulling a trigger that results in the deaths of people without clear legal authority? What about them? Test me on this. It wouldn't surprise me if in the next couple of years there are presidential pardons offered to that entire chain of command, because it is not at all clear. Well, it is getting increasingly clear that these are illegal killings. Setting aside the law for a second here, Margaret, I don't know this because they're not telling Congress anything, but the press has all sorts of rumors that the first attack was on a boat that had turned around and was fleeing. Mm-hmm. Even if this were a legitimate military action, which it's not because the Congress hasn't approved it, firing on a fleeing enemy would be a violation of the laws of armed conflict. My Republican friends are saying, but these are terrible people doing terrible things. Okay, I don't disagree with you on that, but are we now in the business of killing people who are doing bad things without authority?
Venezuela and Trinidad are so close to each other they can see each other's shorelines. But the presence of U.S. warships here in Trinidad is starting to stress those bonds. U.S. President Donald Trump is ramping up military presence in southern Caribbean in what he says is a new war on drugs that, for the moment, is squarely aimed at Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro and Colombian President Gustavo Petro. But Trinidad and Tobago is getting caught in the middle. Just 6 months into office, Prime Minister Kamala Persad-Bissessar has thrown her support behind the Trump campaign, allowing the U.S. military to bomb purported drug ships in and around Trinidad's territorial waters. And that's put her at odds with regional leaders who see that as a violation of international law. In recent days, in what's seen as a pretty significant escalation, the USS Gravely, a guided missile destroyer, docked here in Port of Spain, about a quarter-mile ahead of us here. And the Navy's largest aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, is on its way to the region. For the Prime Minister, this fight is both personal and political. Trinidad has one of the world's highest murder rates, and the government often blames the guns and drugs that come in from Venezuela for that problem. But Trinidad is also reliant on Venezuelan gas to fuel its energy hub, where companies like Shell and BP have operations. This alliance with the U.S. has come at a cost. U.S. strikes have already killed more than 50 people, including 2 men who locals say were Trinidadian fishermen who were just trying to get home from Venezuela. Now, neither Trinidadian nor U.S. officials have confirmed that, but the family's so sure that they were killed that they've already held funerals. Even so, Persad-Bissessar is betting that siding with Trump will secure her country's safety and energy future, even as fears of a wider conflict ripple through the Caribbean.
And Mr. President, if you are declaring war against these cartels and Congress is likely to approve of that process, why not just ask for a declaration of war?
Well, I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. They're going to be like dead. Okay?